All right, this should be better. I just rebooted everything. I like cleaned out a bunch of crap in the background. Looked like we had a Streamlabs crash of some kind, and then it started to like reboot itself in the background. There were like two or three instances of Streamlabs slap fighting itself. We'll see if this works this time. Should be back again. This looks like it worked. This looks like it's working again. Yeah, you know what happens is, or not what happens, but there's a few things that could be going on. Oftentimes, so what seems to happen here is like Streamlabs OBS sucks, but I don't have the time to do the work that I need to do for Streamlabs. Um, there's like two versions of Streamlabs. One like a built, like there's Linux and there's Windows. We use the Windows version here, but also even so, if I don't turn things off and reset them everywhere, and time passes, and I don't know why. Like if I don't stream for a couple days, that's normally when I run into issues. I reset the internet this morning, the router, reset one of the computers, but then did not reset the other one. So I'm assuming that it's just like a Doom fucking like mismatched information, just fighting with each other this morning. So stream is back up again. You should be good to go. I'll post something in the Discord to let everybody know.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $79 billion in three-month bills, prior high yield 5.24%, and a prior bid cover of 2.65. And the US sells $70 billion in six-month bills, prior high yield 5.105%, and a prior bid cover of 2.59.
Agreed. All right. Sorry here. I'm talking to people in Discord right now. So we used to have an open Discord and it just got out of control. It was out of control. We had like we would bounce from like 3 to 5,000 members. We were like constantly culling people and all this other stuff, but it invited in so many bots and scammers. It wasn't even funny. Like I felt horrible even having that Discord. Like at one point, I'm like, "Fuck this, we're shutting it down." I'm like, I don't care what anybody says. Like that Discord, like financial Discords, period. If they're open to the public, be very wary. I got to warn you of that too. Like if you're a member in an open, free Discord related to any kind of thing finance, be very wary, like extremely wary. Like the difference between a free and open financial Discord and one that's got a paywall on it is night and day. Because you're then like from the website side, you can like request all kinds of shit. We haven't done that yet, but we're about to start like, hey, we want your fucking phone number, your email address, your kids' names, and all of that stuff. But like when you put the 2 or 3 steps in front of these scammers and bots, it's a beautiful thing. That's a gorgeous thing. Absolutely. Someone was asking right now. And the key point behind this too is if anybody from the old Discord is friending you from that Discord, they're likely a bot or a scammer trapped in that Discord is the point. So I would only ever like if you guys, and this is another point to you. This is if you're a follower of anybody on Discord, right? This works as well on other social media, but specific to Discord, you want to always be in a public, not a free Discord, but in like you want to be in public in a Discord. And anyone that, even if you're like you're getting friendly with somebody, yeah, this, that, well, I guess it's fine inside of it. Like if you're in the Discord, right, and you want to be my friend, or I want to be your friend, the safest thing that I could say to you would be to be having a public in the Discord conversation. Like, your name is, I don't know, let's pick up a name. Like your name is, I don't know, a name. Give me a name. Like your name is Stop. S-T-O-P. That's your name. And my name is Go. So I'm Go and you're Stop. And we meet each other, or I get a friend request from you. And your name is Stop. And you're like, hey, Captain Jim, I want to be your friend. Regardless if it's a paid Discord, a free Discord, an open Discord, no matter where you are. If you're in Discord and your name is Go, and a guy named Stop says to you, hey, I want to be your friend.
11:30 a.m. Eastern time, the U.S.
And you're like, I know this guy from Discord. Listen to me closely here, okay?
4% and a private cover of.
So listen close to this. So I know there's a guy out there in a Discord named Stop. That's all I know. And I've conversed with him, let's say. And he tries to become my friend. Here's the difference. When Stop tries to become my friend, I should have already just had a conversation with Stop. Or Stop should have just already had a conversation with me inside of a Discord. So if I see that, if I'm like, oh, I know that Stop person. They're in the same Discord as me. We play Fortnite together. I should still go to that person and say, hey, Stop, it's me, Go. Did you request friendship with me? That is for me, at least what I've found to this point, is the only way that you would get a DM from me, or that I would accept your friendship or offer you friendship. So if I'm going to become your friend out there, I likely need to speak with you directly on Discord. This holds true for Twitter, too. If you attempt to DM me on Twitter and I haven't reached out to you, and there's a bunch of reasons for this. There's, of course, the scams and the bots and the fraud. But then there's other things. You'll have people try to set you up for nefarious things, too. So you want to be careful of that as well. Now, this might, and this could be anything. I have men and women out there. I don't talk about this a lot, but I have men and women that contact me, and some are trying. I've had a woman set me up that tried to befriend me and then tried to lure me into lurid things. And when I declined, she got mad. Now, I don't think she was a scammer or a bot, but I most definitely think that she was looking for something to say negatively, or like, hey, there's some screenshots of this guy acting this specific way or whatever. And the other thing, too, is you open yourself up to fake accusations. I don't care who you are. You can have like 5 followers, and they're like, hey, look, this guy responded, and, he's showing me his dick pics, even if it isn't true. So just be careful out there. Sometimes I even forget. I'm like, oh, I know that person on Twitter, and I'm going to start blabbing with them. It's really nice if you go in public to people and say, I don't know, hey, stop. This is Go. Do you want to have a conversation in DM? And then have them say yes. And then you just have a conversation with them via DM on any social media. That's how I had my brokerage broken into. I used to show too much, and I wasn't speaking to who I thought I was speaking to, and they had enough information, and they got in. So just a word of recommendation or from a prior experience, do not believe even if you think you're like, I know that person, it might not actually be the person that you do know as a friend elsewhere. Yeah. It sucks too, because if you're just like a painter or something, or a landscaper, or I don't know, you're in like I don't know, restaurant town, like people don't care, but around financial stuff, people get really weird. You're a target. Like the 1,000 people may be fine, it's 1 out of 1,000 that are not. You might be like, well, it doesn't affect me or whatever. I'm showing you it's real. It really does happen. It happens a lot, and it's very risky and dangerous, and you're always exposed to it. So it's the same as swatting and shit like that. Like that shit's all bad shit too, right? Like, it's legit. There we go. Just parking the bus. They haven't done shit, huh? Looks kind of like a reversal still. You got that low right there. You got that low right there. You got one more. If that holds, and you see that would look pretty fucking bullish to me, right? So just like waiting for a little bit more. You got the one, and then you get the down there. You got the, you got the roundish thing right there, and you got the, that kind of thing right there, and that kind of roundish thing. And it's not there quite yet. Just sit in your hands, relax. If you're a bull, just kind of like hanging out, seeing what happens. You want to be above the hourly trigger. So until that happens, you really got no trade here. Oh, this is big though. U.S. 5-year inflation expectations rise to 2.9% in February from 2.5%. U.S. 3-year inflation expectations rise to 2.7% from 2.4%. That's the New York Fed. Consumers hold steady on expected income and earnings gains in February. Consumers are more downbeat on the job market in February. That's to be expected. February expected year-ahead rent rise is the lowest since 2020. That's good to see. Expected home price rise flat in Feb. Well, I don't know if that's really good either. Some of this data is like seasonal data. Like, yeah, we're in February. Like, what are you expecting here from housing? Take that same reading in April, and it's going to be, woo, cocaine, baby. Even if we don't get that those sales into June or July reports, you're expecting this to be like everybody that's trying to sell or buy is out there. Like anyone trying to sell or buy right now is literally in the middle of painting their walls in their kitchen and, I don't know, cleaning up the leaves in the backyard and stuff like that. So no one's thinking about, I guess, I shouldn't say that thinking. They're just not to market right now. So what else do we have here? Yeah, more data crap that's looking negative, like more volatility. Vol, baby, vol. And this vol, the market brief last night showed you the vol surface, right? Showed you guys volatility lasting into the 12th. Today's the 11th. So that's another hint here that the doom is going to be out for the rest of today. You're more of an airman yourself. Yeah, it's like really like, it's really bizarre. Like, I don't know. Like the whole like, what I need is a drop Twitter account. What I was trying to do is, to be honest with you guys, I'm trying to like remove like tier CaptainJimJames away and like do everything on Trade the Trigger, the handle. So I keep making really raunchy posts on Twitter. Because I want my own handle. Like I want maybe I should just create a drop handle on Twitter. Like maybe I should just do that. Like create like CaptainJimJames with like a fake nose and a mustache and like glasses on. I've been accused of that too. I've been accused by friends too. Like Chaz is a good friend of mine, and he's like, Chaz would DM me and go, "Is this your handle? Is this you?" And I'm like, "No." And he's like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "I swear it's not me. I would tell you if I had a drop handle." Like I would tell all my friends, like, "Hey, I got a drop handle over here. It's mine. This is where I'm at right now." And you could get like 100 followers. Like I follow you, you follow me. It sucks. Like when you hit 10,000, I want you to know something. Like 1,000 followers to about 10,000 followers is the sweet spot. The moment that you hit 10,000, all bets are off. Everything's stupid. It's like it just gets stupid. You get detractors, you get trolls. You get trolls that don't know that they're getting you followers. It's so bizarre. Trolls are like, "You're always wrong," and you're like, "Dude, just keep doing that." Like, I'll tell all your friends. Like, the more emotional you get, you don't want 10,000 plus followers. Trust me, you don't. Like, there's a sweet spot. Like, right around 1,000 is like perfect. If you can get 1,000 people that you know, or meet, or you're like, "Hey, this guy's following me, this girl's following me, this guy's following me." You can have like great conversations. You can hang out on Twitter. Nobody cares who you are. Nothing like it. You don't want 10,000 or more than that ever again, because the account becomes bullshit at that point. It's like you can't even carry on a conversation with people. You'll have like you'll say anything. You could say the fucking sky is blue, and some guy's gonna be like, "Oh, I study the color charts. I've got a PhD in color theory, and you are wrong." And I'm gonna explain in a 5-page Twitter dissenting opinion right now as to why you're calling something blue not fucking blue. And you're like sitting there going, "Of course you could do that." The fuck are you talking about? It's absurd. Trust me. You don't want followers. It just becomes a absurdist thing. It's like Elon. Do I think Elon's a Republican? Fuck no. I don't think he gives a fuck about Republicans or Democrats. Motherfucker's rich. I'm sure he hired somebody that's like, "Here, I'm going to show you how to get a reaction." And we're like plebs. We're like, "Whoa, why is he doing this?" It's for fucking. So remember that conversation we had the other day about people with wealth and they need certain things in their lives? Elon needs to be approved. He doesn't care how he gets it. He doesn't care if it's bots. He doesn't care if it's real. But he's probably got someone smart out there going, "Well, if you say these things right here, or if you take it from this perspective, you're going to get a lot of feedback and you're going to feel good about it." That's some fucked up shit. But that's probably what it is. So with Elon in particular, he needs to reach the masses. Like that. There's some Rome shit in there, right? There really is. Like, what do you think we should do this week? What do we think we should do this week, Emperor Jim James? Fuck it, let's start feeding motherfuckers. We'll start feeding motherfuckers to the lions today. Start that shit back up. That'll rile them up. They ain't got enough blood and guts and doom out there. Let's just start feeding people to the lions. See how that goes. Well, are we getting a reaction? Sweet. Keep doing it. Let's get more people to the Coliseum right now. You know what's fascinating on that, too? I didn't really care for the Napoleon movie, but I found it so hilarious. This is the Ridley Scott version, I think. What I found hilarious was during the French Revolution, whether it was true or not, it's very true about life. You know, it was like, I'm gonna get up there and I'm gonna tell you to kill all these people over here, and so they do. And then they pick out another group, they're gonna kill all these people over there, and they do, and then you kill another group of people, imprison a whole bunch more people, and then there's nobody left to put in jail. So the masses look at you and they're like, you know what? How about you? We're gonna get your ass now. And remember the guy that, like, I'm not gonna tell you guys the whole movie, but just that whole sequence of events, I was like, this is fucking. That's like a mirror image of what's going on out here right now. Yeah, it was very inaccurate. I agree that the Napoleon movie was inaccurate, but I did like the thought process they're getting across on some of this stuff. Yeah, it was pretty bad. I'll be honest, I turned it off. I couldn't finish it. It was so bad. I couldn't finish it. And I wasn't really a fan of Oppenheimer either. I wasn't a fan of that movie either. I'll be honest. I think we still get great films. But I think the age of filmmaking, like the golden age of filmmaking, like right when practical effects and CGI merged, social media, the advent of social media, the advent of writers not having mentors in writing rooms, that ended. The non-consumption of books and novels, like, let's be honest. And then the fleeing of this talent to other avenues of getting their work out there has fundamentally changed the landscape of our future with filmmaking. Not that we won't have great filmmakers, just it's not what it was. Like, what it was is likely never coming back ever again. It's possible we could have a resurgence or like a renaissance, but I think that, and then these kids today, dude. It's like my daughters this weekend. We were watching some films, and I noticed this. My children love movies that they can like stop and talk and pay attention to something else, and then come back to that moment of action. It's really weird. Like, they expect or like they're being taught, hey, this is a moment you're supposed to pay attention to, right? And then you don't have to pay attention anymore. And this is like every 5 minutes, like 5 minutes of an action or some kind of sequence. It's really loud normally. It's really like it's always like boom, 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 this, that, and the other thing. And then when you get into the lull, it's just fucking filler being made these days. Instead of that moment's being important to the story, maybe, they're just like removing it. They're just like, we're going to put some bullshit in over here. It's not going to impact the next big sequence we have coming. And we know that these kids won't pay attention to it anyway, so it's inconsequential to the film. So of course we switched to a movie this weekend that was consequential. Like, you had a big moment, and you come into a consequential part of the film that you had to pay attention to. And I should be saying the F word. My kids were like, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, hey, I think they're saying something that's important. And my kids were like, nah. I'm like, okay, so let's go on the conversation. So the three of us are talking. And they switched back into another boom part. And my kids were like, what's going on? And I was like, yeah, I can see this is happening. You can see it. What did he say? Everything is a blockbuster, big budget movie? Yeah. Yeah, the DVD. I realize the DVD sales are part of this. And think about it. There is some great produced content, even long format, that comes off of other avenues today. I watched a guy called Alt X over the weekend, Alt X or something. He did an expose on Tyrion Lannister a while back, and then he did one on Jon Snow this weekend. It was like an hour or two. No, it was like a 2-hour video that he made. It was well produced. You could tell that he put time and effort into it. You can tell that some serious people were working on that. And when I see things like that, I'm like, you can't get that made in Hollywood today. But that would be a great show for like History Channel. And this guy put it out for free on YouTube. Like, wild. I think his name's Alt something X or something like that, or Alt. I don't know exactly what his name is. It was the real Jon Snow or something like that from Game of Thrones, and it was like if I'd watched that on History Channel, I'd be like, that's great content. So think about that, the caliber of some of the content coming out elsewhere today. I haven't watched Shogun yet. I want to. I started season 2 of Tokyo Vice. That's the TV show I'm watching right now. I did watch something really cool. I watched I watched hold on here. Let me look it up. I just watched Drugstore June. Drugstore June. I thought it was great. Everyone I watched it with said they would never watch it again, but they loved it. And it was like nails on a chalkboard for 2 hours. And it really was. It was very self-deprecating. It involves someone like me. And then it also, but it was very, even my kids were like, this is real. They were like, this is absolutely real. Did anybody see that movie yet? Anybody see Drugstore June? Let me know in the chat if you've seen it. It's awesome. It's gonna be nails on a chalkboard, but it's hilarious. It was great comedy, and I can see nobody said yes to that. Look that one up, dude. Drugstore June. Do not watch the trailer. Warning: do not watch the trailer. Don't bother. They have like a bunch of the jokes are in the trailer, not all of them, but a bunch of them. You're wasting your time. Just go watch it. Drugstore June. If you have the chance, check that film out, especially like comedy. Or if you like David, good morning. How are you, brother? If you guys like any of that kind of self-depreciating comedy, I haven't looked yet to see if it got slammed by Reddit. I'm assuming it's going to be slammed by Reddit, but it was great. Good morning, David. How are you, man? Good to see you. Actually, it's cyan. The Game of Thrones document. So the guy out there that's doing, look up the real Tyrion Lannister on YouTube. The guy has a pretty decent like he talks about the book, the differences between the books and the TV show. Basically, hey, this is what the real Tyrion is in the books versus what was presented in the TV show. David sideline saying, not liking the bid-ask spread since London on June contract. Volume on the June contract now exceeds the March contract, not trading the March anymore. So if you're a futures trader, Globex trader, thanks for that insight, David. All right, I'll be right back with you guys once again. I'll be back here in just a bit. I got to finish up what I was doing while the stream shut down. So I'll be back with you guys in just a few. Squeezing up right now. S&P trying to squeeze above, break higher. We've got what looks like an inverse head and shoulders here. Still no trade for the bulls unless they're above 512.09. And even then, I'd like to see a back test of 512.09 for continuation to the upside. Keep your eyes on this gamma chart down below here. We are rotating through, I believe, but we've got SPX gamma down below. If you didn't notice this, this is the gap that needs to be filled, this green box on SPX. Still not quite there, though, are we? Still leaving that gap, even if we head higher. We are returning to the gamma flip line right now. If you want to see what this red bar is, this is the gamma flip right here that we're trying to break above. Just so you can see this down below here. And let me see, yeah, I'll bring that one in right there so you can see the gap that's left behind. I'll make this maybe more transparent. Can I do that? There we go, right there. A little bit more transparent down there so you can see that gap. I bet bulls would love to see that gap get filled today. If I had to guess, bulls would be like, close that fucking gap so we can start marching higher. I'll be back with you in just a minute.
Acting, and there's more attention on those names. Whereas, for industrials and energy names, I think there just has not been the same level of attention.
You guys are ultimately a wealth management firm, right?
Yes.
An investor firm.
Yes.
So how do you link investment returns with initiatives like this, especially at a time where I think DEI in general has faced pressure?
I think that DEI in sort of the political sphere has come under fire, but companies are not turning away from paying their employees fairly, from increasing diversity, and they understand the value in that. And we have seen so much research that shows that more diverse companies perform better. They're actually more innovative. They're better on risk metrics, better on return on equity, stock price performance. And so companies that are really being proactive on closing these pay gaps are poised to outperform.
Do you see the corporate response to the DEI pushback sort of out there and overt, or are companies like, you know what, we're going to say less about it, but continue to move along with the policies we had in mind anyway?
Yeah, I think unfortunately companies are saying less about it, but there's no slowdown in what companies are doing because it just makes business sense. And what we're talking about here, closing pay gaps, better for companies, better for investors. And
just as a recruiting tool.
100%.
Right.
If you're going to attract and retain top diverse talent, move them up the ladder, create more, stronger, more robust companies, this is a great way to do it.
Should these disclosures be mandated by governments? Because we've seen some experimentation, right, with California and other countries.
Yeah, we've seen California start to mandate this data. In fact, there's many countries around the globe that mandate that this data is either disclosed publicly or disclosed to government. And the reason that is because they see when it's disclosed, the gaps actually shrink. And in the United States, that's not been the case. But what we see here in the scorecard, which is really something to celebrate, is you've got, over 50% of the companies in the scorecard are disclosing quantitative pay gaps. You compare that to the S&P 500, it's 25%. So you really see the leadership in these larger companies, the companies that investors are engaging with, even outside of mandates. It would be great to have mandates because then, that like in the exchange, you have data that everybody can see. It's transparent, it's standardized, but we will get there.
And it's investable, which is your point.
Investable.
Yeah.
You got it.
Natasha, thank you very much for sharing the results with us. Natasha Lamb from Arjuna.
Thank you.
Coming up after the break, a timeline of OpenAI's leadership changes as Sam Altman now rejoins the board. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going to give you guys a note from the bros over at Gamma Labs this morning. They were saying volatility opened higher on Monday, while at the money volatility term curve has shifted substantially higher. We made a note of that yesterday on Sunday in the market brief for today. As traders anticipate increased uncertainty ahead of the CPI print on Tuesday. So keep an eye on that. We also noted that last night on Sunday that I also noted on Sunday that that gamma or that volatility does not. I'm reading your note about Gamma Bros. I'm also noting here that that gamma or that volatility does not lower until Tuesday on the 12th, and we remained heightened after the 12th, even though that that volatility kicks or there's a relief of that volatility on Tuesday the 12th. Let me see here. Fed funds rate futures continue to walk back overly dovish rate path expectations and are currently implying about 80 BPS worth of cuts for 2024. We also saw the update from Financial Juice this morning with 75 BPS. SPX Daily Gamma is 152M, down from 391. That also means there's less of a stranglehold on the market as well. Gamma Flip is at 5110. Call walls at 5200. 0-to-8 put walls at 5100. Local resistance is at 5150. We also have more note here. I'll read some of the rest of this to you this morning, and then we'll get back to CNBC. On a discussion side of things, 5100 to 5110, 0-to-8 put wall and Gamma Flip is the main downside level to watch for today. So 5100, 5110. If you look down below here, you will see that we are right around that zone, right? Right now, right down here, right around that zone. We're looking for that, hopefully that gap to get filled, and even if it doesn't, for some kind of local support here at the moment. We are seeing that second bounce right now. What else are they saying? Well, upside is limited to 5150, 5175. So just a heads up if you're watching right now, the upside target is right down here, somewhere inside of here. So I'm going to draw. Now, this doesn't make it so, right? We already know how this goes. Let me put it right here, right in there. We already know that this shit doesn't always work out, right? We always hear the Gamma Bros are assigned absolutes. I don't know if they actually make absolutes, but they're assigned them. So we're looking for a range somewhere in this vicinity right in here. Right in there for the Crayon Bros. An expected range, not guaranteed. But also note that tomorrow the CPI report will likely inject volatility, and we also have a 10-year note auction later that day at 1 p.m. that will be followed by a 30-year bond auction on Wednesday. This is important. This was inside of your market brief last night, and we discussed last night the T-note 10-year note auction and the bond auction coming as well. So just note here that let's look at this bottom chart really quick. So the thesis here is that we're parked on volatility for the CPI print, right? And that wait a minute here, pause that. And we've got we have the 10-year note auction, right? Then we've got the 30-year bond auction. This is all on Tuesday, right, and Wednesday. So let's say even if we came up here, right, close that gap right down there, and then you close this gap on volatility into Tuesday morning, right? And then once that vol comes off, you have the opportunity to trade up here, okay? So just be aware of this path right here into the vol surface, the at-the-money vol surface into tomorrow for the 12th. So just keep your eyes on that one. We're going to switch back to the market brief right now. Oh, sweet, I was on camera still. Oh no, I'm in the wrong thing here. I should have been naked or something. So there's your vol. I'm going to make this one a little bit more yellow. It looks green. We're going to make that a little bit more yellow up there, right there. Perfect. There we go. Note this down here. Note this little bit down here. So I'd say there's even a possibility of a move like this. Move up here, maybe you close that gap, rejects right down, and then that's your volatilities left the room for the moment. That could be tomorrow afternoon tomorrow into the 30-year bond auction on Wednesday, actually. So you have 10-year later in the day tomorrow, and then you get the 30-year on Wednesday. Also of note, European recap, market dips, ECB considers rate cuts. We already talked about that to you this morning. APAC recap, BOJ policy speculation. The Nikkei dropped over 2% amidst ongoing speculation that the Bank of Japan will end negative rate policy at next week's meeting. Now that is something that is, let me just bring that up for you there, material to the U.S. markets. While inflation in China rose more than expected in February, Chinese Shanghai plus 7% and Hong Kong HSI plus 7%, 0.7%. Markets closed higher, so there's some rotation of money into China, it looks like, as well. Just on thoughts of maybe China pumping some more money into the system. Sorry, I'm trying to pay attention to all this stuff over here. Got going on right there. Let's see if we can show some of that up there. We'll leave that little tick right up here for you to look at. All right, that's all I've got for you guys. I'm back here in just a minute.
Until next week's
Just the
Fed meeting.
data. Let's get to the judge in the half of Post 9.
All right, welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour, the momentum unwind as several of the best trades year to date are reversing. The investment committee now debating whether that trend will continue and how to play the markets right now. Joining me for the hour today, Joe Terranova, Amy Raskin, Steve Weiss, Jim Lebenthal. We'll take you to the markets today.
I would just go on CNBC and ask them all, are you short the market? It's pretty simple, right?
Bit back, but I think, Amy, our focus remains on NVIDIA, which is red again, too. Now, a few moments ago it was green, but this remains, I think, the big story of the market for obvious reasons. Questions about whether it's topped, whether an unwind is coming. We haven't seen you in a few weeks, and you've been trimming this name like many others who sat on this desk.
Yep, we've owned this name for a very long time.
Also, another note here that the White House estimates 2025 unemployment rate of 4% versus the rate of 3.9%. Estimates of 3.8 for 2028-2034 period. The White House is also estimating that that U.S. Real GDP growth at 1.8% in calendar 2025, 2.0% in 2028, and 2.2 in 2020 or 2034, based on forecasts locked in November. Now, that is important that this isn't making it so, but this is being released right now. Is cause for concern, at least on the unemployment side. We don't want to see unemployment start to go vertical off 4%. That can lead to some real consequences for the stock market. This looks more like a talk out there to keep the markets tamped down, because it actually isn't happening just yet now.
In 2025 versus 16.5% in 2023, growing to 20.3% in 2034, and estimates debt held by public at 102.2% of GDP in 2025 versus 97.3%.
Actually, some of these reports aren't so bad. Some of this stuff looks pretty good.
6% in 2034.
For me, frankly, the trigger is going to probably be CPI tomorrow. We think it's coming in a little hot, but, you know, as long as it's in line with expectations, this trade continues. If it's too hot, then maybe that's the time to take off some money from this chip trade.
Weiss, I'm wondering who else is in danger of any kind of rollover from the chip trade that's been just absolutely on fire, not just the SMH, which is reflective of the trade itself, but you know, since November 1st, Supermicro's up 350%. 350%.
Yep.
You got ARM and AMD are up more than 100%, respectively. Taiwan Semi's up 63%, gets another positive call today. Qualcomm's up 56%. Broadcom's up 53%. I mean, there are others on my list.
Yep.
Do we need to look down that list and say, okay, that one could be in trouble. That one looks like it's susceptible. Maybe the AI halo got a little bit above the or ahead of the fundamentals? How do you look at this? Well, you own Taiwan Semi, right?
I do own Taiwan Semi, and Taiwan Semi, to Amy's point, you know, that stock, I bought it fourth quarter last year, it's up 50%. I mean, that's just unusual. And I had trimmed Taiwan Semi, took a little off. That's just prudent, because it just got to be too big a position. But it's a very easy answer to your question, actually. Just go and look at NVIDIA reported after the close. Just go and look at what the top performers, what the stocks that did the most on the day after they reported, and that'll tell you what's more susceptible than others. Look, I think that some are clearly ahead of themselves. Some clearly have no valuation support. I don't know that NVIDIA is there. I mean, you know, forget about what the stock's done, 35 times forward. And Jim had it right, if you're going to keep growing your earnings 50%, but they won't keep growing them 50%. And that's really the issue. So the point is, where are you going to get off? Now, I think that there is a lot of people that want to come into it still that haven't bought it yet.
NVIDIA.
Yeah, NVIDIA, so that'll keep some floor under it. But I don't know if the floor is at 700 or 600 or here. I own very little of it. You know, I just bought it on a dip last week, and for me, it's just not that important to my portfolio, but Taiwan Semi is.
So Taiwan Semi today, price target goes to 150 from 125 at Bernstein. Right. Reiterated outperform. They expect stronger gross margins in the second half of this year.
It's a market multiple, and guess what? If you own NVIDIA, you just got to look at Taiwan Semi, because guess who is manufacturing those chips for them and for all the others? So they're basically the supplier in an arms race. They're supplied to all of them. They're sort of company agnostic. You've got to get a major part of their production, but also, you know, ASML. Yep. When you know, we were just talking about it right before this, and they've just got new products coming out. They will be arming Meta and Microsoft and Intel, as I mentioned last week. So Amy's owned it for a while, I assume. I own it. I think the future's extremely bright there, but it's not cheap. If you go out a year and a half, it's 25 times, right? But right now, it's not cheap.
This is a question really about momentum, which is why I saved Joe for last. Your whole investing strategy professionally is around momentum, obviously. So if you look at, you know, whether we're in early stages, early innings, if you will, of a momentum rollover, where you're going to have money going into the laggards. I mean, Meta, Amazon, Salesforce, Broadcom, Uber, Microsoft, they're all lower.
Bank's minimum reserve
Apple,
level.
Tesla, Alphabet are all higher. That's telltale sign of a rotation from momentum into laggards. You're all over the list of the biggest winners since November 1st, whether it's your AMD or your CrowdStrike or your Palantir, your Broadcom, your Salesforce, your Arista, your ServiceNow, and that's just for starters. You have all of these holdings within the JOT, and all of them are up unbelievably from the most recent bottom.
Yes, and that is why I have the overlay of quality on top of momentum. Exactly for the environment that you're in now, when momentum begins to roll over, you don't have the exposure to the single factor. But let me speak exactly towards what's going on right now within the market. The concern that I have is this is going to be the next several weeks going into the Federal Reserve meeting, one of the more dangerous periods of 2024 for investors, because they're going to be attempting to make decisions based on the price performance of the past, really no new fundamental information. We're past the earnings season. And right now, the technicals are in control of the market. It's obvious that momentum has broken. Now technical factors are taking place. You look at NVIDIA, okay? You have to know your technicals in NVIDIA. NVIDIA, the low last week was 834. The low this morning is 841. So that's a support area. But the technicals are going to be in control for the next several weeks. And the technicals don't set up well. And no, I don't think this is over where we see a momentum correction, because what you're also witnessing is you really don't see a significant broadening out with a lot of momentum. Now, overnight, Japan broke down. Have we seen crypto break down? That's arguably the hottest area of momentum in the market right now. So I think there's more to go in cooling off this white hot momentum that we've had so far year to date. And I just urge the viewers to understand that the process of correcting momentum is technically oriented. That's a dangerous place to be when you don't have fundamentals.
This market, for all of the momentum slash froth slash exuberance slash euphoria, has had this incredible ability over the last couple of years, if not longer, to self-correct without falling apart. You could go, SPACs corrected, NFTs corrected, all this other nonsense self-corrected. So maybe you got these momentum names ahead of themselves. They're correct, but you have the rotation. So if money's coming out of NVIDIA, maybe it's finding a home in Apple, or maybe it's coming back into Tesla, or maybe it's going into Alphabet.
Well, let's also not lose sight of the fact that for the last 2 weeks, the equal weight S&P 500 and small caps have both outperformed the S&P 500. Now, it's only 2 weeks, but that's factual.
Okay, there's a new high last week for the equal weight S&P 500. Did you realize that almost 1/5 of that index hit a new 52-week high recently?
Right.
That's according to Bespoke. So it's not like you've had a vacuum. You've had these stocks at the top go down, and nothing else is shoring up the foundation.
Yeah, well, that's the point. The broadening is happening. I mean, it's possible for the rest of the market to come up to meet where the Magnificent Seven or Fabulous Five, whatever they are, it's possible for them to come up and meet that performance, and I think it's happening. Joe, I do see the broadening. I just mentioned it in equal weight and in small caps, but I don't see quite the breakdown that we're talking about here in terms of momentum. I see, NVIDIA is up 2.5% over the last week. That's pretty strong momentum. I mean, if we look at Friday, sure, it was down, but I mean, that's just one day.
Well, we're talking about the reversal from Friday, which was incredibly powerful and has had follow-through.
All I'm saying is it's just one day. It's just one day.
No, yeah, but I'm not disagreeing with that.
It is just one day, and one day doesn't a trend make. But when a stock like NVIDIA rolls $100 in a day, that's something that gets your eyes wide open. Okay,
that's a good point. But let me just say this really quickly. Yes, 100 points in one day, I got you. But also equally sort of strange is that it was going up 2% every day for like 2 weeks. That was strange. That was odd. That needed to be corrected.
I think what we focus too much on these big stocks is the dollar price movement rather than the percentage movement. And away from NVIDIA on Friday, and away from perhaps, even Meta. And Meta is down $20 today. I happen to bought more on the flush, but it's only down 4%. And from the highs, it's nothing relative to where it's come from. So I think that the momentum will be dictated by CPI and then PPI on Thursday. And then maybe we go into, right now, Powell set the stage for being more dovish. So that could be another trigger. It's only natural, as I said a week ago and a week before that, and Joe's looked at February for the correction, the market has to consolidate at some point. No matter what the tailwinds are, it's got to take a breather. So I really think that's all we're seeing. Sure, valuations are extended, but I think for good reason some of these stocks, whereas for others, they're not extended.
Well, a breather, Amy, is a lot different than a slumber. A breather means you take a rest and you don't go into a full long-term slumber in these names. And you've got things like Alphabet and Apple. And, look, Tesla has its own sort of issues too. But Alphabet, for example, Moffett-Nathanson today, are things really that bad, right? The narrative in the news has been so negative seemingly every week on this. They say, although sentiment is not as dire as the market's mood around Meta in October of 22, we once again hear ourselves urging investors to stay the course and have trust that leadership will innovate through this challenge. It's been really easy to get really negative on names like Apple and names like Alphabet. We've almost only heard negative sentiment around both of those names. Now they're working a little bit. If they continue to work, then you're not thinking about NVIDIA so much
quite
every
as
single day.
I mean, honestly, I think there's so much noise around all of these stocks right now and so much attention. I mean, look at the biotech index over the past couple of weeks. It's done phenomenally well. I think there are other areas of the market to focus on. I do think if Apple continues to correct, it maybe becomes more interesting, but it's still trading at a 25 times multiple for a stock with almost no growth and a very high market capitalization. They do have the buyback to support them, so it puts it in a little bit of a different category. But I would look for this to broaden out, the market to broaden out. I do think if CPI continues to come in as I expect and inflation continues to wane, that will support the market. But I do encourage people to look beyond the Magnificent Seven at this point.
Yeah. Wolf goes to 5,300 today. Right. Again, they were more negative than most for a long period of time. Now, not so much. 5,300, quote, shifting to the no landing scenario. OK, Barron's, Bull still has plenty of fight. UBS, it appears the three pillars that have supported U.S. equities remain in place. So nobody's, ready to give up the ship just because you could have a little bit of a momentum reversal for a little while.
Without question, I think we're all saying the same thing. I think what we're doing is we're trying to guide the viewers towards what's going on right now in this environment. I think it's clear, and I don't think anyone has changed their overall bias towards 2024 being a positive year for risk assets. You have all the conditions. The fundamental conditions was set in place at the end of 2023, from the Federal Reserve to coming out of the earnings recession to the innovation which was reflected in earnings being witnessed from artificial intelligence. That was the fundamental foundation. No one's saying that. I just think what we're acknowledging is the price action on Friday in NVIDIA, the price action in other stocks which have appreciated the same extent. Intuitive Surgicals, you could make the same argument. Eli Lilly, AMD, these are all stocks that were up significantly year to date that are finally experiencing a much needed and healthy correction. And I think that's full stop. That's what we're right now. That's what this is about. It doesn't mean it's an inflection point, but it also doesn't mean it ends in 24 hours.
To your point, Intuitive Surgical, and Amy will back me up, back when we worked together over 20 years ago, I don't think a year ever went by where people said, wow, Intuitive Surgical, look at how overvalued that stock is, and here we are. So that's what they're saying now. In a year or 2 years, you're going to say, wow, I should have bought Intuitive Surgical back then. Look, Google, I agree with you. What Moffett Nathan said, that's why I texted you last week, and Kevin, I bought more. Because it was maximum negativity. We're talking about Google. We're talking about presidential election where advertising revenues are going to pick up. And by the way, they're still, until further notice, one of the two winners in AI right now, the other being Microsoft. So you got to buy, and selling at a discount to the market as well when I added to it. So those are when you got to take the opportunities.
Do we think Apple's found some footing here?
Yes.
After dropping below 170, it got back above. Now it's it's almost 173. You've had finally some buying in that name.
You've had some buying because capital is moving out of the hot momentum area, the winners, if you would, and it's moving into Apple, and it's looking at Apple, and it's utilizing Apple as a port, so to speak, a source of where almost a defensive element and the element of, listen, we know this company buys back a significant amount of their shares. They raise a tremendous amount of cash flow. So it's nothing more than a rotation.
But I want
you to be right, Joe. I want you to be right. Obviously, I have a position. Look, if it goes down to 160, I'd buy more. But the technicals, I know this is your domain, look a little ugly. Just to the simple technician that I am, I look at the 200-day about to roll over. The idea that the trend on the 200-day would go negative in a rising market is ugly. The 50-day is. The 50-day just wants to cross the 200-day, and you don't want that. So let's just hope you're right. I want you to be right.
You guys look at this name. You look at these names, the ones that I mentioned to you, and say, well, I'm most worried about X stock that
Tesla.
Yeah, I know, but that's one that has had no momentum. I'm talking about ones that have had a lot, which have gone up a lot, and you're all over these trades. You're looking down this list and saying, well, Palantir's up 76%. I'm not saying anything about Palantir. I'm just using that as an example. It's up 76%. They're deemed to be one of the key AI players and winners.
So if I'm going to worry,
CrowdStrike's up 80%.
If I'm going to worry about the momentum trade, I'm going to worry about the strongest pillar of strength, and that's NVIDIA. To me, NVIDIA tells you everything about the momentum trade itself.
Okay, well then you just answered the question. Then if NVIDIA has lost its momentum in the near term, then what you're telling me is that ARM is going to and that AMD is going to,
Correct.
And some of these other names are too.
Correct, because it's all part of a universal momentum factor. And in 2024, the momentum factor was up nearly 20% year to date. You had strategies that were allocating towards the momentum factor and saying, okay, in the universe of momentum, which are the stocks that qualify as strong candidates in momentum in 2024? We're going to buy those stocks. It's factor investing at its best.
Now, NVIDIA then is the litmus test now in this market on the momentum factor. That's what we're saying.
Without question.
So then all these other names.
Well, you asked this before. I want to ask this. I want to state this more dramatically.
Aren't you in Qualcomm?
Yeah, I am in Qualcomm. But look, I need to sell chips. I know I need to sell chips. I'm overweight. I'm enjoying the ride right now. I think the bigger point I would want to make, and Scott, you were making this before, is outside of tech, outside of chips, things are starting to work again. Things that I've been known and kind of ridiculed on the show a little bit for, and I get it, all right? But things like GM is working. Things like Qualcomm, by the way, that's a pretty cyclical name. Things like Citigroup, things like the airlines, things like Cleveland Cliffs. There's a lot of stuff.
I knew you were going to mention Cleveland. I knew you couldn't get through anything without mentioning Cleveland Cliffs.
Couldn't get through the first block without him mentioning Cleveland Cliffs.
Doing great. It's doing great, but here's the overall point. If we're going to worry about NVIDIA, and I'm with you on that, Joe, I think we can take a heck of a lot of comfort that the rest of the market is doing well. The rest of the market's doing well.
Listen, I think you're misunderstanding.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, I know. What I'm trying to communicate is I'm just trying to define the environment, okay? You're making a fundamental argument.
Yes.
And I see everything that you see in the fundamentals. But what I am telling you is that if NVIDIA is going to continue to have negative momentum, then everything associated with momentum is going to correlate with that and move in the same direction as NVIDIA.
Irrespective of their fundamentals.
But you know what I see?
Absolutely.
That's
just to be clear, I'm not disagreeing. I'm adding to what you're saying.
But let me tell you how I look at that. I look at that as opportunity. Because I'm not buying things because they have momentum. As a matter of fact, I'd rather they
Yes, you are. You're in Bitcoin.
That's the one thing. But that's, yes, without a doubt.
That's the one thing.
That's my investment case. That's the fundamental.
Doctor, I've cut back on everything to really get my health in order. I'm only having 3 drinks a night.
But by the way.
Otherwise, I'm good.
Great trade.
No, actually, it's not momentum. It's not momentum. Momentum's there. What I'm buying is the marketing prowess of Fidelity and BlackRock.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm buying.
But come on.
You're missing momentum.
Come on. No, come on. I mean, let's be clear. That's the epitome of the momentum trade is Bitcoin.
Without a doubt, but I'm not buying the momentum. I'm telling you what I'm buying.
Yeah, but you've added to it as it's continued to go up.
Yeah, you know why I added to it today?
Playing the momentum.
Take a guess why I added to it today. Okay?
Because it continues to go up?
No, because UK approved it for funds. That's why I added to it today. And because you had some moron on Squawk Box talking about how you can use it to buy gold sneakers.
The question is, you wouldn't be doing it if it didn't have this renewed momentum behind it. For whatever reason.
I'm glad you could read my mind, but you're not doing a great job.
If it goes down 10%, what do you do?
I don't understand why you're so defensive. It's kind of obvious.
I'm not defensive. I'm trying to straighten you out,
It's kind of obvious.
I'm trying to straighten you out. We don't have enough time left in the block for me to do the job.
Continue.
But when Bitcoin reached 60,000 before, I didn't own any of it, okay? This is the time I own it again because you've got every fund out there, every fund company out there saying you've got to buy Bitcoin. So that's as fundamental to me.
What do you mean you didn't own any of it until it hits before 60,000? You've been in and out of it here and there.
I'm saying 60,000 when it hit it years ago.
Oh, I
never played momentum.
I thought you were talking about when it got back to 60 now.
I'm playing again. Every fund company in the world is rushing to market with a Bitcoin product. That's why I own it. So I'm betting Fidelity and BlackRock said are putting millions and millions of dollars market. That's why I bought. If it had momentum, just momentum, I wouldn't own it. Okay? So that's why I own it.
If it goes down 15%, would you sell it?
No, because I'll tell you why. Because you're still going to have the marketing of it. And if it goes down 15%, I may not buy more. I've got enough. It's a speculative position, which I keep rather tight. But no, as long as that keeps happening. You've got wealth managers that are saying, okay, because the SEC approved it, I can put it in these, in my clients' portfolios. Okay. Right?
No, you can allocate towards it now.
Yeah.
I'm going to get to Washington. We have some breaking news. I'm going to get to Megan Casella at the White House. We're learning more about the president's budget for this year, aren't we, Megan?
Hey, Scott, that's right. So the Biden administration is proposing a 2025 budget today that would spend about $7.3 trillion. That's a 5.5% increase from last year's proposed spending levels in order to have more money to devote to Social Security, to reduce the cost of childcare, and offer more loans to small businesses. On the revenue side, the White House expects to raise roughly $5.5 trillion. That'd be a 9% increase from last year's forecast, due in part to proposals that would hike taxes on corporations and the wealthy. Despite that rise in spending, the White House sees the deficit falling to about $1.8 trillion next year. But as the deficit falls, the cost to service the debt is on the rise. That reflects in part an expectation by the White House that the long-term neutral rate has likely risen. The White House says interest costs will hit $965 billion in 2025, a 21% jump from last year. Those costs will rise from there throughout the decade. Overall, Biden is proposing $1 trillion for discretionary non-defense spending and a stepped-up $900 billion in defense spending. Scott?
Megan, thank you. Megan Casella at the White House there, as you see, with the details on the president's proposed budget. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, so Amy's made a lot of moves since we last saw her at the end of February. We're going to document those. Weiss has some more new ones, too. We're going to do those along with our calls of the day. We'll do it next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
According to France Info Radio, refinery fire underway at the Esso ExxonMobil plant in Port Jerome.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
All right, welcome back. We're going to document some of these moves that Amy's made. All of these are on February 20th.
Yep.
So let's make sure everybody understands that, but we haven't seen you in a little while.
Yep.
So American Express, you bought, that's a new position for you?
It is a new position.
Tell me why you bought that.
We were looking for more consumer exposure. We're very underweight the consumer, and we were looking in a lot of different categories, and all of the categories sort of led us to American Express, which is a financial, but we liked the leisure, the travel, the post-pandemic consumer behavior sort of really skews to American Express's sweet spot. It's trading at a below-market multiple. It's not well loved, so that's where we went.
Okay, Natera. You also bought, that's a new position as well?
It is a new position.
NTRA.
NTRA, it's an $11 billion diagnostic biotech company. We think this is a really exciting company. What it does is it tests, if you have cancer, it will take a sequence of your cancer and then take multiple blood tests to see if your cancer is coming back. It just had a clinical readout on ovarian cancer. It was able to diagnose a cancer recurrence 10 months earlier with 100% accuracy.
Wow.
40% of oncologists ordered a Natera test last quarter. This company is growing fast, and it will be cash flow positive this year.
Okay, we're watching that stock get a little bit of a move. You bought more Accenture, ACN, tell me.
We bought Accenture. Again, this is, the expectations for Accenture are relatively low. It's not a cheap stock. We put our Splunk proceeds, we had owned Splunk, which was bought by Cisco. We put our Splunk proceeds into Accenture to keep our tech weighting. We are a little bit underweight tech to just keep our tech weighting there.
Some big winners that you've trimmed. Berkshire.
Yeah, we trimmed Berkshire. I mean, it's been straight up over the last couple of months. Big winner. For us, we like the company, just trimming to make room for other things.
Joe laughs because he took it out of his Joe T ETF. I saw that out of the corner of my eye, right?
It's not quality.
Yeah, it's not quality, right?
Yeah, right.
It's the definition of quality.
Costco.
Yes.
You trimmed that, Joe. I mean, that's another one of these stocks that's been at around a high, a new high.
It's been around a high. It had a tough earnings last week, but we trimmed it at lower levels than even after the decline from earnings. Again, just straight up for the last couple of months. We really like the company, but very expensive at this point.
What about Vertex and Regeneron, which you've both trimmed?
So we like both of those names longer term. Regeneron's one of our biggest positions. We were making room for Natera, so we think that has more upside going forward. We still really like Regeneron. Vertex we like as well, but a lot of the good news from their pain medicine is now in the stock.
Okay, Steve Weiss. So a couple of moves here. You sold Freeport, FCX. Why'd you do that?
You know, I just didn't want the commodity exposure. I'm still uncertain about the economy, candidly. Still uncertain about China. And so when it bounced, it got down to like 35, 36. And I bought a little more, but I just wanted to get out of it. It wasn't a big enough position to matter, and turned out to be a nuisance. And I probably also owned it through the Joe T, as along with the other 125 stocks.
I saw you laughing at that too.
Well, I mean, if you want me to fire him up, I could just paraphrase. He sold it because it's not going up anymore.
Momentum.
No, I sold it because it's too small. I sold it because I don't think fundamentally the economics can drive it higher.
You bought more ADM, Archer Daniels Midland.
Pure momentum play. No, no. It's,
finally, the truth comes out.
No, I think they're getting close to resolution.
30 minutes and 3 seconds.
And the company's come out and they've reiterated that any changes resulting from the investigation aren't going to change the earnings guidance for this year. And it's a very small problem, so that's why I bought it. When that comes out, the stock should go right back into the 80s.
Okay, so let's do a few calls in the time that we have before we need to take a break. Let's do Lilly. Joe, since we've been talking a lot about momentum, two calls today, reiterated overweight at Morgan Stanley, reiterated outperform at BMO. So Morgan Stanley says price target's going to be 950. They maintain that. BMO maintains the price target at 865.
Okay.
You own it in the T.
Agree with both. Fundamentally, the story is as compelling as any story that you could find in the healthcare sector. The stock has benefited from momentum. It has benefited from a technical breakout, but potentially the journey that it is taking might find itself spending some time sitting in traffic or maybe having to get off, use the rest stop for a little period before it goes back on the journey. And the reason for that, again, goes back to momentum.
I don't know. You veered off way off the road.
I lost you there at the rest stop.
Call the tow truck. Joe needs help. Netflix, Weiss, price target goes to $725 from $615. And that's at Oppenheimer. They reiterated outperform. Obviously, they like the long-term subscriber growth and the upside.
Yeah, I bought it a few months ago on a dip. To me, they are the winner. in streaming. They're profitable. They still have pricing power. They are adding content to it. And all the others are just, continue to try and catch up to Netflix. So if there's one real winner, one profitable winner, it's Netflix. Now, the stock bounced before I could make it a meaningful position, so it's a pretty small position. But I'm not selling it. I don't think it's, like cheap at all. So I just can't buy it here. But again, fundamentally, they're a winner.
Amy, Nike, which you trimmed late last year. Is this thing turning anytime soon?
I hope so.
Because Guggenheim says it's a best idea. They say it's going to be breaking out in 24. Price target 130.
I think it's early to say it's breaking out. I think from a long-term perspective, I like Nike. We trimmed it. It has a lot of exposure to China. It has more competition than it's had in the past. I think it will ultimately win, but I'm not sure this is the time to add.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Contessa Brewer. Hi, Contessa.
Hi there, Scott. U.S. Central Command announced there was another humanitarian aid drop over Gaza today to provide critical relief for civilians. The joint operations with the U.S. Air Force and Army personnel dropped more than 27,000 food supplies and almost 26,000 bottles of water into northern Gaza. Housing and Urban Development Secretary Marcia Fudge announced she is stepping down from her cabinet position this month after 3 years on the job. Fudge says after decades of public service, she is retiring and returning home to Ohio. Fudge told USA Today affordable housing is not a red or blue issue, but it's an American issue. And public universities in Virginia will no longer be able to consider legacy in admissions. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin signed the bill into law Friday, preventing applicants from using family connections to their advantage when they apply to schools like the University of Virginia or William and Mary. Colorado has passed a similar law to end legacy admissions advantages. Scott?
All right, Contessa, thank you.
Sure.
Contessa Brewer. Up next, Bitcoin notching yet another all-time high. The Bitcoin ETF is on fire today. Bob Pisani. He's following that today in ETF Edge right after this break.
Kramer.
All right, we are back with Bitcoin hitting another record high today, breaking through 72,000, almost 72.5 now. Let's get to Bob Pisani with a look at the crypto surge in today's ETF Edge. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Scotty. For the ETF community, Bitcoin is the gift that keeps on giving. Since the 10-spot Bitcoin ETFs began trading in mid-January, flows have steadily increased. But can investors handle all this volatility? Let's talk with the managers of one of those Bitcoin ETFs. Matt Hogan is the CIO of Bitwise Asset Management. He runs the Bitwise Bitcoin ETF Trust. That's BITB. Matt, they started trading the 9 new spot Bitcoin ETFs since they started mid-January. I've seen about $20 billion in inflows, including $1.3 billion into your ETFs. Grayscale has seen some outflows, not surprisingly. But just tell us, who's buying your ETFs, these ETFs? Is it retail? Is it institutions? Do you have a sense of who's buying?
Yeah, I do, Bob. It's sort of everyone, everywhere, all at once. I mean, right out of the gate, the initial buyers are retail investors, registered investment advisors, but we're also seeing hedge funds, venture capital funds, and others lining up. Soon, we think we'll unlock major wealth management platforms, the Morgan Stanleys and Wells Fargos, and we're even seeing corporates lining up to get into these funds. So a lot of the floodgates are open, not all of them. It's some retail demand, but there's an increasing share of professional investor demand, and I think that share is growing.
So that's my next question. What kind of institutional acceptance or resistance are you seeing? So, for example, how many of the wirehouses are allowing trading in your spot Bitcoin ETFs right now?
They're mostly allowing it on an unsolicited basis, which means that if a customer asks, they can facilitate that trade. But we think in the next weeks or months, and it could be as soon as weeks, you'll start to see these major wirehouses allow solicited investing into these Bitcoin ETFs. That means that the advisors can suggest to their clients that it might be helpful for their overall portfolio to add a small amount of Bitcoin exposure. And historically, that's when you see sort of massive flows from those platforms, and that's what I expect.
Right. So if you're at Merrill or Morgan Stanley and you ask, you might be able to be allowed to trading, but it may not be on the platform. Is that the point there?
You may be able, depending on your situation. Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of these new investors coming into Bitcoin through these ETFs may not be used to the kind of volatility we're seeing. I mean, we had a low of, what was it, 39,000 in January to over 70,000 today. Is there a correlation that Bitcoin is correlated with that can satisfy investors who are concerned about it? It doesn't seem to be an inflation play. Is it correlated with tech? Is it correlated to nothing? Is it a completely different asset class itself?
You know, I think Bitcoin is its own asset that going through a period of price discovery. Before these ETFs, only a small fraction of the global capital markets could access it. And now everyone can. And we're seeing Bitcoin reprice as a result. But one thing I'll say that's been really nice to see is if you strip out GBTC, which had some artificial selling from the FTX estate exiting it, if you just look at the new 9 ETFs, investors added exposure when the price went from 50 to down to 39,000, and they've added exposure as it's gone up to 72. In otherwise, they weren't panicked by the pullback, and they haven't gotten overexcited by the run. They're just steadily adding to Bitcoin exposure, and that gives me confidence that they're here to stay. I think most of them are long-term investors in the space.
Okay, we're going to have a lot more coming up on how the Bitcoin ETFs are changing the investing landscape for ETFs. That's ETF Edge coming up 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll also talk about a new wave of weight loss ETFs. You knew that was coming. You knew that was happening. ETFedge.cnbc.com. Scott, back to you.
Of course it is, Bob. Thank you. We look forward to that. Bob Pisani up next. The setup on 3 stocks about to report earnings. Oracle is today. We've got Adobe this week. Casey's General. Ownership across the board. We're back. We're right after this.
covered.
Got some key earnings starting after the bell today with Oracle. Jimmy, this is your stock.
Yeah. They had a terrible quarter, a bad quarter last quarter, and it came down to the data centers that they're building to fuel future growth and what that impact on margins will be going forward. So obviously we want an update on that in this quarter. But I think we've got to recognize that these data centers are the long-term growth story for the company. So I'm not sure I'm going to get too twitchy if they tell us that they're building these things out quicker than expected and maybe that's more expensive than expected. I think at this valuation, given what they're trying to do, this is a good hold here.
Adobe's going to be important this week, isn't it, Joe? That's
Yes.
Thursday after the bell. It does get a call today, reiterated a buy over at Jefferies. They say buy the AI scare, maintain the price target at $700.
The general feeling and perception is that Adobe's not doing enough in communicating what their AI strategy is. Scott, that's reflected in the price performance. Basically, this stock is in the same place it was last July.
Down 6.5% year to date.
Yeah, and relative to its software peers, it's really underperforming, whether it's Salesforce or ServiceNow. So this is a critically important earnings report. And one could argue that the earnings conference call thereafter is going to be even more important. They have to jumpstart the momentum with some fundamental understanding of what the AI strategy is.
All right, Jimmy, you got another one today after the bell. Casey's General Stores. You just bought it last week.
Just bought it last week. I mean, I'm not likely to change my long-term outlook on this stock no matter what they report. There shouldn't be any surprises here. We're talking about a gas and convenience chain located in the Midwest. It'll give an insight into how the health of the consumer is doing. That will be helpful for all of us. But again, very new stock for me. I'm not expecting fireworks up or down after this report.
Okay, quick break. We're back. Santoli on the other side with his midday word.
At the age of 16, my career ambition, career goal was to be a commissioner of a professional sports league. So I feel really proud that I was able to achieve that. Our league is at this extremely pivotal and transformative moment where the world is recognizing the value of women, and I'm just really humbled and appreciative of the opportunity to be able to shine a light on our league and everything that we've achieved to date and what's to come.
1 p.m. Eastern Time. We get the US
We're back with our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli, for his midday word. So I think we're obviously waiting for CPI tomorrow, but, you know, interesting moves in the market, this momentum reversal into some of the laggards. I'm sure you think it's too soon to declare a full trend change, but tell us how you're thinking about the markets today.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't look like a whole lot except for the sharpness of the decline from Friday's highs in most of these metrics. It hasn't, you know, done much to undo the buildup of outperformance. But I do think it's relevant that you're able to see the market so far more or less handle this. And, you know, the S&P 500 is back to a level it was at a couple of weeks ago for the first time. So you have these repeated excuses for the market to maybe slow down, cool off, flatten out, and it hasn't really caused damage. So the big concern for me is not that, oh no, the leadership has broken stride. It is, does that trigger some kind of other mechanical stress in the market? And then we're starting to talk about another quant quake or a Volmageddon. And we see no real signs of that right now. And I think that's a good news. If we can just sort of digest it along the way, that's really micro over macro at this point. You know, we're talking about the internal dynamics of this market because the macro is kind of calm and it's really a lot of dispersion within the market as opposed to, you know, living and dying by every economic print. Now, CPI, does it change that? Does it cause yields to kind of decisively break one way or the other? We'll have to see.
You know, it does help, obviously, when you know, if you're going to have some loss of momentum in some of those highest flying names, obviously it helps that Apple, Alphabet, and even a name like Tesla are picking up some of the slack. That's why you haven't had some of the more dramatic roll, or whatever word you want to put to it.
For sure. And in a way, it seems tautological because if what you're seeing is, you know, oh, the trade that was on is now all of a sudden cooling off and reversing partially. Well, the trade that was on was, as you guys have been talking about, own NVIDIA and Meta against Alphabet and Apple. And so if you're unwinding it, both legs of it are going to go the other direction. So for now, that's what it is. And, you know, we'll see. We talked last week about how oversold Apple looked. I think some of the smarter analysts are timing upgrades to say, OK, enough already on the downside. So we'll see if it has any legs beyond just this little mean reversion.
We've also decided that last month's CPI was but a seasonal blip.
Yeah.
You know, tomorrow morning will be interesting to see if that's actually backed up or we need to actually rethink stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we did have a little brief bit of upset in the market after after the January report. We'll see if this, you know, enables anybody to make the case that a trend is changed, that it's not just a little bit of a bumpiness along the way down in inflation.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We'll see you on Closing Bell. Mike Santoli, our senior markets commentator. We'll step away. We'll come back on the other side with final trades.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
All right. I'm going to stop back in here with you really quick, take a quick break. Sorry, I was in a meeting there really quick. Let me get rid of that. Oh, I got to open up the that bad boy back up there. There we go. Loading the feeds up. Let's just hop in really quick here while CNBC takes their break. So this is kind of a someone was asking what was Cap's take today. They just shown up. So how do I, oh, wait a minute, wrong one. There we go. So last night on last night's market brief, we had a target to the downside of, let me bring that up. So my expectation, or at least like what was my expectations for today, that we would go down and trade 508 and some change. We did that down here. We got a low of 508.50. So that target was achieved. Now the big question comes in, do we break above this hourly trigger? So that would be the next question, I'm assuming here, right? How high do we go here? There is a question. We also, in that market brief, have more volatility into tomorrow, the 12th. We were showing you the vol surface heading into tomorrow, the money SPX vol. And there is a question here of
$56 billion in 3.
Hold on, let me mute this here. One quick second. There is a question here of, you get the squeeze and then we roll back down.
The prior high yield.
I'm having weird.
9%. We also expect
roll back down to close that gap down below. That's what a bull would want, to close that gap and continue on to the upside. So I don't know if we get that today. We're going to find out really quick here in the half hour and hourly trigger. If we do get that rejection, I do recommend, if you are a bull here, you're watching that little bit of a inverse head and shoulders. If we do go up here, you don't want to be in here because this is very volatile. They could slam this right back down on you. You get blooded. But you could get that nice squeeze up, reversal back down, and then that continuation of the upside. That's when I would begin to get bullish again. Hey, let me call you back. My kids school's calling me. Hold on. Sorry about the interruption. I've got a daughter complaining that she's sick at school. So just give me a few minutes. I'm going to check with my wife and see who's doing the pickup. It's either myself or my wife, and we're going to find out here in just a minute. So give me a moment. I'll be right back. Oh, just to continue that conversation. So right here, so where we are right now, right? What I'd really like to see here is that trade up here, right? Clear all this stuff out here. Come back down, and then we continue higher. Do I think we're going to get that between now and tomorrow? Probably not. It's probably some kind of a pin or a small range in here, awaiting that volatility that we're expecting in tomorrow's prints in the morning. So I'm not extremely bullish here, but I'm not bearish here either. But I'm waiting for that vol to roll off the market into tomorrow. So we have that. We have some news coming out in the morning. Some inflation data. So we also have a 3-year and a 10-year. Got that right? No. Yeah, 3-year and 10-year, I believe, tomorrow. We got a bond and a T-note auction tomorrow. And Wednesday. Sorry, Tuesday and Wednesday. That's right. Yeah, if you guys, I don't know, like some of you guys out there I can tell that some of you are getting the market briefs and some of you are not. I know that some of you are getting pro briefs out there, so we got like different levels. So I could see why you don't already know. We've hit our target down to the downside this morning. We're now heading up into the hourly trigger this morning. Let me see if I can see anything else. Give me one quick second. I'll look, and then I gotta grab my wife. So hold on one second here.
Shortly expecting the results of the 3-year note auction. I'll lead with the bid to cover ratio.
I mean, one quick second here. Yeah, I mean, if it was me, like, let me check the 30-minute really quick. Like we were looking at this velocity earlier in the 30 minutes. I don't like this either. I'll be honest. Like, I really like these. I really like these nice fat dips down here. It looks like we could get some more downside hourly, but watch this too. Watch that daily ramp there, right? So intraday vol, and then a ramp to the upside. So at least in the 30-minute basis, or a 30-minute basis, we're very bullish. They're buying the market. I want guaranteed. All that shit you just heard on CNBC about velocity going down, that's not true. Or at least it's not true in S&P 500. So individual issues, yeah, I can see that in individual issues. But here's another. I was listening to that CNBC person talking earlier, and let me see if I can move this offset. There's something fascinating about what they were saying. I was fascinated by it because they were saying, they were making the commentary. You can see the momentum trade in NVIDIA. The momentum trade in NVIDIA leaving, right? The momentum in NVIDIA is leaving. Is that bad for those stocks? So you've got outperformance by NVDA versus the rest of tech. Now, if NVDA comes back into normal momentum and velocity alongside the rest of tech, that still means that it outperforms the rest of the stock market, right? So try to parse what they're saying to you there. They're trying to tease you with, if NVDA doesn't outperform the stock market, that means crash and Qs. It doesn't. It just means that it's more in line with the move in tech, right?
High yield.
So a more broad-based rally or a more broad-based bull market doesn't necessarily mean NVIDIA is going to go to the depths of hell, like start trading down on its own to the depths of hell, and yet the market's going to move higher. And you'll likely see people later on go, well, they told me NVDA was done, and here it is still going up. Maybe just not the momentum rate that was expected, okay? So try to parse what they're saying there. They like to say things sometimes that are pushing their own or pushing something that sells, something with sizzle. Yeah, that was my question about small caps was, we always like to front run shit, right? They tried to front run small caps with the first rate expectation cut gambling. And again, you got to think about it this way. If we don't get a rate cut, was it next week or the week after? I think it's next week, or it's after the 15th or something. We have a rate decision, but it's on the fucking note from last night. But the point being would be this. If you don't get your rate cut, it's all the doors are closing for a bear, right? You're like, all the doom and gloom shit. It's like, well, what do you do after this rate decision? If you don't get a rate cut at this rate decision, I guess he's not back. We've said that before, that he's backed into a corner, and he hasn't been. I don't know what kind of moves he could come up with, but I would anticipate, regardless if he does or does not cut rates in June, that fucking trade will be on. If you don't get a rate cut on this one, regardless of anything, you're going to see that trade materialize. They will be pricing in a rate cut in June, whether they're going to pull you dragging and kicking and screaming to that expectation. Does that make sense? Like, even if we don't get a rate cut in June, right? It's my point. It ain't going to matter. They're going to fucking front run that shit, that there is going to be a rate cut in June, because he's already stated, he has said on public, expect a couple rate cuts this year. They might not be back to back, but they're basically saying that, right? Not just him. There's other Fed chairs that are saying that. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist with math to say, if we don't get one in March, you're likely going to see one in fucking June. It's likely a foregone conclusion. So, yeah, I did list last night all of the events. I think I got all of his events that he listed. I got a few others that he didn't list. And then I got regular stuff that everybody knows about. So I did put like this date, this time, this event, and its importance. So we do have volatility coming, right? But does that necessarily translate to, I don't know, fucking 3,500 by Friday? No. It just means range expansion. And, you know, Velo, remember when we were talking about someone's going to get hurt, right? Someone's going to get hurt here. We're either going to follow seasonality or we're not. There was the second question of what happens? Do we have a really fast flash crash? I know that's a topic of discussion. Everybody said it, right? You know, you're just going to wake up tomorrow and we're going to be down 200 points and you're going to get hurt. And I'm like, no, like these people aren't hurt. They fucking made so much money on the way up here. They're not getting fucking hurt. And there's a ton of fucking people waiting for that to happen, not because they want someone to get hurt, because they just want to jump in on it. So you have like two different groups of people two different groups of bulls, right? You got the bull that's been partying since Jan 1. That's the fucking fact. Can't say no. And then you got another whole group of bulls that just want that flash crash of 200 points straight down or whatever, because they just want to fucking buy a seasonal low. So there's no sentimental change here from bulls that I can see. And you know what happens when you're in that situation? They fucking grind us straight up to the moon. So you kind of need that sentiment change from bulls. You don't want like one group of bulls just riding this shit. You don't want another group of bulls begging for a pullback. You want bulls questioning, is the run over? And we don't have that right now. We don't have a full sentiment change in the market. So we either need that sentiment change or, you know, and VolWiz came out with a whole, remember we were all discussing it, right? It's like me, Trader Podcast, and then VolWiz is like, hey, there's option B too. You know, where you get that range expansion sideways. And but we're getting new highs and some nice lows as well. That's the broad-based rally, the late stage bull run. So I don't know what the answer is, which way we go. All I know what to do is to follow price. So I don't know what else to say there. So we'll see how that goes. You can see right now we're running into this first major resistance up here at the 30-minute trigger. We're going to come back and back test the 5-minute trigger to see if we're going to continue up into the hourly trigger. There is more volatility expected into tomorrow morning before the open. And then we'll also have two more. We've got a T-bill auction and a bond auction. And then that should be it for the early part of the week. If you look on the vol surface, it's rising across the board. Along with that volatility, the spike for this week finishes tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So if you're looking for a dip to buy, it's either on a successful back test of the hourly trigger, or you're looking for that gap to get closed down below on gamma. That screener down here pops up. I'll be right back with you in just a few minutes. Got to talk to my wife really quick. Here, I'll put a downside target. You all bared up out there? You want me to get bared up with you? Hold on here. Ready? Give me one quick second here. Into tomorrow morning. I'll get all bared up with you. Hold on here. 506.60. Do you see it right here? That's a S3. Here, I'll get all bared up with you. I got you covered. Hold on here. Oh, yeah. Into tomorrow morning. How about that? Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll help put some cope out there for you. There you go. This is the low that I would expect into tomorrow morning right here. Okay, so from now into, let's call it the news, the morning economic news on Tuesday morning. That's the dip that I'll be looking to buy. Right in there. Now, I will say this. If at any point there is a squeeze higher, right here, let me go over to this chart so you can just see it. Hold on. Trigger full screen. Let's make that nice and easy for you. Right about there. So if I was the dip that I'm looking for is likely down here. We close that gap down below on SPX. Then we start to make our way higher into tomorrow morning, like 8:30, 9:30, something like that. Okay. Is that the 12th? Right here. Here's the 12th. When's the 12th? There's March 11th. Where's March 12th? Tuesday, 6 a.m., 9 a.m., right over there somewhere. You guys probably want it cleaned up a little bit. So there you go. Right there. Squeeze up, trade down into the close today, and then we get the actual dip buy right down there. Now, I will say this, though. If we get the squeeze up, right? If we get the squeeze up and we successfully grind on this hourly trigger, right? And you tag this bad boy back here with a new high, right? And we start ramping up here in that hourly trigger, I am going to be wanting to be a buyer for all of that right there because we're going to crush them. But I think there's one more dip coming down here into tomorrow, and that's the actual dip buy. Okay, so for right here, is this clear enough as day for you? Hope that it is. That looks like a crayon drawing. And you will also get another market brief for tomorrow at the end of today, tonight, if there's anything that's changed or anything like that. So I think that helps, right? Does that help? Right there. Yeah, you know what you guys can do? If you guys don't want, I'll be honest with you guys. If you guys are like, I ain't paying nothing, dude, like that $30 supporter level is like beautiful. That's all you need. You can even just pay for the market briefs. I think those, I don't know what they cost, but I think you can even just get the market briefs. And those are all before. You guys get that shit the day before that shit even happens. And they're pretty accurate. I think if you go back and look at them, they're like about 70% accurate or higher. I'd probably give you like maybe 80% accurate in what to expect the next day. So now what I do on stream here is different than what I tell you guys. Because I like to gamble alongside. This is where we're going. For like 20-cent calls and shit like that. But you guys don't follow all my trades. You guys follow some of my trades. Some of you guys only follow the gambling trades, which you shouldn't be following any of them anyways. You guys should be following what I put out for you in a market brief. They're pretty good. I've been watching them. They're pretty fucking good. So here you go. Here's expectations into tomorrow. Let's see how this works out. Oh, fuck yeah. Pro is worth every fucking penny. Pro's even better. Pro's like, here's everything to when we're done. And then if this breaks, we know that that's not going to happen. That's super fucking, the Pro is fucking baller. So, and I go over specific tickers for you in Pro and all that stuff. We look at oil. We look at, right now, I believe Tesla and NVIDIA and stuff like that. So, if you guys ever want me to switch that up too, don't hesitate to be like, hey, we're going to move on to this different ticker now. Seller rage. So, yeah, just this right here. Just watch this. You figure by tomorrow morning, there's still some volatility. There's like, and I think I succinctly said it too. If you're a trader, bull or bear, get off a 1-minute chart, get onto like a 15-minute chart, get on a 30-minute chart while we encounter volatility. I think that's a wiser path for you as a trader. You're just looking for like these points of sell and these major points of buy, and you're going to buy and sell those major points until they fail with stops below or above them. I think that's the most simplest way to put it for everybody that's out there from now into end of quarter. And there will be probably 2 moments of a pinning action, parking the bus into both of those moments. You're likely not going to see shit screaming down into like Friday or the 28th. I think that's another Friday for this month. You will see high volatility. You'll see one day big bloodbath. You're going to see one day big day all the way up. And what you should be doing right now, I swear to you, if you're a trader, investor, listen to me closely. Scale out a little bit and look for those like really big lows and those really big highs And if you see any of those into the, at least into the first, that's a time for you to attack and either take a long or to take a short. Okay? So just range expansion. Real simple stuff. All right, I'll be back with you guys in a minute. I got to take care of this. My daughter is complaining of being sick at school.
All right, the average FICO credit score dropped for the first time in a decade last week. Now, don't make too much of it. It was only 1 point from 718 to 717. But it comes as credit card debt now tops $1 trillion. And if you pay late, you know you get whacked with some big fees. But likely, not anymore. The CFPB is cracking down on late fees to a maximum of $8 from an average of $32 right now. Joining us now is the director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Rohit Chopra. Commissioner, thanks for joining us. There's some lawsuits against it, Chamber of Commerce, I think, Bankers Association. I can understand the latter, maybe not as much the former. Is this the law now? Is this happening? Will it happen?
Well, what we found was that big credit card issuers were exploiting a loophole for years and years, and it allowed them to haul in $14 billion in late fees on top of the extra interest they charge on late payments, and in addition to slamming people's credit reports and imposing other consequences. So what we've done is we have narrowed that exemption to make it a little bit more fair for consumers and the entire market. Look, you're right. People owe about $1 trillion. They know they got to pay that, and they got to pay it with interest. What we don't want is credit card companies creating a business model where they're cheering when their consumers are paying late.
So is this enacted now, or is it still something that's being proposed and may not occur, or is this now how it's going to be?
So we've finalized the rule. It will take effect in a few months. But as you mentioned, lobbyists are suing to stop it. And look, that's no surprise. We have seen how companies that rely on junk fees are pushing back hard, but we've got to do our job to make sure that consumers are fairly treated.
And then we had hinted about closing costs on homes. If you could write it up, if you could, and you probably can. I mean, you are the commissioner. You got a team behind you, and you got to get it approved. What do you want to do around home closing costs?
Well, here's what we're finding across the country is that people are needing to come up with big down payments.
All right.
But we've noticed in our analysis quite a jump in closing costs.
Here we go. Put that up right there. So my wife is going to pick up my daughter, which is awesome. It's to stay here with you guys, so I don't have to go and pick her up. Woo! Shouldn't say that, but there we go. I did get to go to this weekend. My youngest daughter. So it's kind of. If any of you have kids out there, I went to. So you want to hear a funny story about the family? So this weekend, I get a chance to break away this weekend. And my youngest daughter says to me, she goes, "Daddy," she goes, "we're going to a luau." And I go, "Where?" And she's like, "At school." I was like, no way. She's like, do you want to come? I'm like, heck yeah, I do. So I go with her to the luau, and I get inside the luau, right? Well, let me make this bigger for you guys so you can see it. So you can see it right here. So I go to the luau, and I'm hanging out with my daughter. It's like her and I hanging out, one-on-one time, dedicated, the whole thing, right? And my daughter's best friend was at the school with her mom. These are like best friend kids, right? So I'm talking to my daughter's best friend's mom, and she says to me, she goes, Maggie says that you have no time for her. I'm like, I'm right here right now. And I go, I'm here right now. I go, as a matter of fact, on that topic of her saying that, I should probably go and make sure that I'm right next to her, right? And I'd been like right next to her earlier until the mom came. So I go and hang out with my daughter, like just her and I, right? And I'm dancing, we're in the dance thing, doing the dancing and all that stuff. And she's like, I have to go find a couple of my friends.
The U.S. State Department says the U.S. must employ the tools at our disposal to outcompete China wherever possible.
She goes, she has to go find some of my friends. I'm like, well, you want Daddy to come help find your friends with you? She's like, I don't know, Daddy. I'm like, come on, let Daddy come find your friends with you. She's like, okay, Daddy. So we make a lap or two around the gymnasium dance that's going on, and then I make sure I stay behind her while she's doing her thing. And so then she goes, Daddy, I got to go to the bathroom. I go, all right, sweet, I'll come with you. So we go down the hallways, and I wait outside the bathroom door, and she's just in there. She's not a kid, she's not a child, and she's not a preteen. So like she really smells bad, puts on too much nail polish, and does all like the things that kids at that age do. And I'm sitting outside and not trying to look like a pervert or a weirdo or anything like that. So I'm like, looking off to the left, and I'm looking off to the right and all that kind of stuff. And trying to like stand away from the door of the bathroom and all that stuff. Well, she had left the bathroom and left me behind and took off. So I'm just sitting outside the bathroom, and like one of the teachers they were all like looking at each other, and they looked at me and they're like, excuse me, sir, if you would like, we can find a bathroom for you to use. And I'm like, oh shit, here we go. I go, well, I think my daughter's in this bathroom. And so I'm just waiting for her. And at that moment, a woman had walked out of the bathroom, and I said, could you go back in there and ask for my daughter? And she did. And she's like, nobody's in there, man. So all this is going on while the teachers are watching me, and they're laughing. Now they're laughing at me. So I take off back to find my daughter, and I'm like, I thought you were telling people that I don't like being near you or I don't have any time for you. I was like, you're trying to lose me anywhere you can. And this kind of like, I can't win. She's almost at that age where I'm going to lose her. She's my last youngest daughter. Like, I'm going to lose her. And, I can't do anything right as a dad right now. Like I'm starting to get to that point where like my daddy doesn't have time for me. He doesn't love me. Another thing that I noticed too was she's getting to that age where she doesn't necessarily want me doing things with her. She wants me to observe her doing things. So I got to pay attention. I think maybe that bathroom thing was a lesson in that. Like, I want you there, but I don't care what you think or what you know. I know more than you, and I just want you to stand over there and be focused on whatever it is I'm doing. So I think I have to switch to that maybe, like where it's a little bit more standoffish and a little bit more observational. I don't know if I'm wrong in this or not, but that's what I'm being telegraphed. I could be your daddy. I don't know what they want. It's like they go through, like kids go through all these phases. Like it's constantly changing. It's like, scratch my back, don't touch me. Daddy, you're like, do this. Daddy, do that. Daddy, I don't like that anymore. Daddy, I like this now. And they don't always tell you all this either. You have to like read between the lines of this stuff, like find out what they really want. I don't know. You guys like that with your parents? Let me see what you're saying. Do we have to be this close to the school? Oh, you have drop off and pick up, Addie? Of the Burke Kreischer Fitwit? Yeah. I don't know what to do. I'm a dad, dude. Someone asked me, they're like, are you rich? I'm like, I've got 2 Ferraris. You want to know? I have a Ferrari that is 10 years old, and I have a Ferrari that's 16 years old. I don't have like real Ferraris and jet planes and all that stuff. I have like really expensive kids that take up all of my time. Like kids are like, they're great. I don't dislike kids in any way, shape, or form, but I'll tell you one thing. There's something else I noticed. So I go to this luau dance, right? And it's like my wife and I dancing, and maybe one other couple participating. There were a couple dads though that eventually were like moving. They're like, yeah, we can move to this. See those? They're dancing over there. We can do this. But we're like the parents that are like, we're gonna dance. We're gonna do like a dance in a circle, get all the kids together, all that kind of stuff, and we're involved with our kids. Like, I think that's a part of being a parent. Like, can you do that? Like, there's times in my life when I couldn't, times in my life when I probably shouldn't. And not everybody has that opportunity, though, either, to be like, hey, we have this to do it or that to do it or whatever. But if you ever have the opportunity to be able to raise children and enjoy it, it's fucking awesome. There ain't nothing like it. It's awesome. They're a mini you. They're a mini you. So I don't know how else to describe that. Chances are nobody's watching. They probably well, my thought about that too when I was dancing was, I was like, man, there's so many parents here, and they're all just like, I was like, you guys aren't, I don't know. So I used to live in places where you'd see a lot of interaction with parents and kids. It was like the norm. It was always like, not so much helicopter parenting, just you did things with your kids. Like you go skiing with your kids. You go hiking with your kids. You go surfing, you bring your kids. You go surfing with them. I moved here to Michigan, and that's not as, I don't see that as more prevalent. I see a lot of like, I'm going to bring my kids here, and I'm going to go sit over there in the corner and let them do whatever they're going to do, and I don't get involved in it. I see it, it's glaring. I should say it's glaring. It's more glaring. Like if you live in like Colorado or something, like those parents are all like, my kid's this, my kid's that, and I do all this stuff with my kid. Like, I don't know. That's where I'm from. So like, that's my experience has been like, spend time with your kids, right? You learn about radios, learn about transistors, you learn about, I don't know, oceanography, what makes the ocean wave. You learn about all that stuff with your children. You're like, let's do it together. And I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that necessarily means they're going to be successful in life or good kids or not have major issues, but I think it's important to spend that time with your children. Those are some of my dad wasn't like that. And it was some of the most fond moments I had as a kid was when my dad spent that time with me. They were the most fond moments of my childhood. My dad was he was there for me, but he was, strict disciplinarian. He was the provider. He was never home. And that was his whole thing, right? And be the dad, not emotional, that kind of stuff. You have to do this and do that and provide this and be that. And if you fail anywhere along the line, you got to, accept it and, stab yourself in the heart. All that stuff.
According to Politico, Bosnia should start EU membership talks, and the Commission will announce. The announcement is expected on Tuesday.
See if we get this rolled down, man. It's looking kind of bullish here. Look at SQQ, or QQQ is looking great right now. Catching that bounce they've been catching since day one. I mean, look at that. Look at the Qs down here. Look at that. Look at the Qs. Let's go to the Qs really quick. This could be it. Whoa, wrong one. Let's just look at this really quick. Let's just look at the Qs. Let's talk about it. Here's the Qs. This is November, right? It's gonna crash, No, it isn't. 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 Let's do the last of them. It's gonna crash, no it isn't. 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 Where are you? Right there. Now this does look a little, it is looking. You got a little bit more tighter spacing here. That we could, at least get a pullback would be nice. But we don't have it yet, do we? We don't have it yet, do we? Here's the 30-minute trigger, or 1-day trigger. Whoop. This is the 1-day trigger on the Qs. And this is the place you put the risk on, right? This is what I'm going to tell you what you do here. Is what? If you put the risk on here, is that good? No. Put the risk on here, is that good? No. Put the risk on here, is that good? No. The risk on here, no. Is that good? No. Risk on here, good? No. Right? Risk on down here, been good? Yep. Risk on down here, been good? Yep. Risk on over here, good? Yep. Risk on down here, good? Yep. Or about here, yep. So what do you need to happen if you're a bear? Or a bull? You're buying this as a bull, right? Buy the fucking dip. Buy the fucking dip, right? Until it doesn't work. So this is the place to buy the dip. Now, if it doesn't work and we begin to roll down, yeah, you can, put your stops on and you say, I got burned. Whoop. Hold on there. Oops, I got burned this one time. Right? It's worked 10, 12 times. Yeah, will it not work that one time? I don't know. But I can assure you of one thing. That down here, they're going to fucking tell you that it's not going to work. And they've been telling you it's not going to work so many times. And they've been wrong so many times that even if they are right, what the fuck do you care? You were right 10 times and they were wrong. How are they even still in this market if they're right? They can't be. If you're fucking short right where we are, and I don't mean another roll down here and then up either. This is a 1-minute chart. They're still fucking wrong. Do you get what I'm saying? They're still wrong. You could roll us down right now to fucking 506 and they're still fucking wrong. So whether you're buying that dip right here or you're buying that dip down here at 506, this is a 1-minute chart. But when you scale out a little bit more, they're still fucking wrong. You know what I'm saying? So they're still wrong. And that's an important thing to see, is that they are wrong. Remember that. Now, can they be right? Yes, they can be right. They can be right, but let's look at it. Wrong. Now right now we're looking at a 1-minute chart, but we just looked at a 30-minute chart on Qs. They're probably overall wrong. Whether we go up now or we go up tomorrow on Tuesday, you're going to expect those buyers to step in. They've done it 10 or 12 times. Now, if they don't step in, we start rolling down and the correction commences, fuck yeah, let's turn into sellers. But I don't know. They've been doing it every single time. They haven't stopped. You're more on the side of a buyer here than you are on than the sell side, in my view. Maybe you're more tactical than others, but, you know. 15th time's the charm. It really is, right? It really fucking is. It's like, you know, just fucking your face has been blasted backwards. And you can lie all you want in public. I got a lot of friends that are just sellers. They've told me the truth behind closed doors, and it's been fucking brutal. It has not been fun. It's been fucking, these small moves down are good and all that. These are just pullbacks, dude. That's all they are. I don't know what else to say to you. They're not correct. If you're calling that a correction, then we've had 10 corrections since November. Well, okay, does that make you feel better? I guess it does. I guess if we've had 10 corrections since November, I guess a stock market crash is now a correction. Guess we'll call 506 as a confirmed stock market crash. I don't know what to say. Not 506. I guess 490 is a crash. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Johnny H. Like, I'm thinking like, 8:30 in the morning, Tuesday. That's what I'm thinking, brother. Just like Tuesday morning, I don't know, 8:30, long the market for the week. Let's party. Some volatility along the way. If you really want to get bared up, Friday close. I'd really like to see that next leg like after Friday. You might get one on Wednesday, Thursday of this week. There's some fun times coming up. And then we get the Vixpiration fun times coming up too. There's usually some good fun times right before that Vixpiration takes place. There's also like the NVDA conference. That's some question as well. So, you know, I mean, I don't know what to say to you. Or not you, but, you know, just in general. They're buying the dip. They're buying the dip. They're buying the dip. They're buying the dip. That's what they're doing. They've been doing that shit since November, right? They haven't fucking stopped. You know, 4 months later. 4 fucking months later. Yeah, like, I agree with you too, Sunny Never Ends. I want one of those corrections too. Like 10 of them all at once. It's brutal. It's not easy being a seller here in this market. Not easy. Has not been easy. I guess if we go down to 506, I'll say this. If we get down to 506 tomorrow, right? And I was a seller and I was like, fuck that, I'm still short. I would definitely be flinching saying it. I would have a, you know, I would have a flinch the entire time because I would probably have blown myself up and my entire account doing that. Fuck it all in, 100 grand. Let's do it. You know, shit can happen too. Hey, as a matter of fact, that collar wasn't popped, and Trader Podcast is like, they're going to pop it this time. And he was right, but that wasn't the case. If you go back in history, that's not normally the case. Well, even if it's popped, it comes back into the end of their, it still comes back into the end of the quarter. But that shit didn't come back, right? So it's very rare. So it can happen. I'm not saying it can't, just it hasn't shown itself yet. 1:40 in the afternoon, sitting on the hourly trigger. Let's see if the sellers can step in at 2 p.m. and rain some hell down into the close. Hopefully we can get some more downside action into the open of tomorrow. We do have an expectation of volatility remaining heightened after tomorrow, but a big spike in vol leaving at 8 a.m. tomorrow. What about that TikTok ban? What are all of your thoughts on TikTok and a potential ban? I see a lot of shit being thrown around, and it seems like it's all based in not quite bullshit, but just a lot of conjecture, it seems. You guys have a take? Of course, I think TikTok rots people's brains out. I also don't like it from the perspective of a Main Street hat for the security of the United States. I would like to see it forked off into a different entity with the control at the hands of some sort of, like a U.S. interest of some kind that's either paying some kind of break wall. So if you have, that's not really what I'm wondering. I'm wondering, do you think that a ban actually comes in? Do you think that there's a deal done? Do you think that's actually, we've had that talk before, right? Let's see what you guys are saying on that topic. They just need to sell it off. Yeah, I'm with you too, H-Bomb. Well, I have an ethical complaint against all of this, but I feel like when I was a kid, the same thing was said about where we are today. I don't think we stopped that from happening. Like, I think it's horrible. I think TikTok's horrible. But do I think I'll stop it? No. I've seen other things happen over my lifetime that have also proven that to be the case. Like, we need to stop this. It's going to do this and it's going to do that. Yeah, that happened. But they continue doing it. So I don't know that we're ever going to stop the TikTok effect, or that it won't pop up somewhere else, or that it's not in other U.S. companies' interests to do the same thing. So I don't know if my only point there would be the Main Street hat on would be, I doubt that we stop this until it does significant fucking damage. That significant damage, basically. Maybe a generation or two, possibly, of having some experience. But dude, I gotta tell you guys something. There was like an internet renaissance period where people were protective of their privacy. Then we went through this whole internet where now everybody wants to be like, fuck it, you can know everything about me. And now we're even like, hey, film my entire life. You can film me waking up from sleeping. You can film me sleeping. You can film me groceries shopping, taking a poop, taking a pee, whatever it is you do. You can see my naked feet. You can see me shaving my legs in the shower. The voyeurism that's out there today is like wild. Yeah, it never ends. It's like never ever ending. I think Mr. Talking Monkey means the sell it off being you have a breakwater. There's some kind of like breakwater between China and the U.S. And there should be. You can't say I'm on the well, they did. So China did do some shit recently that was like really bad. But honestly, from my perspective, they are an adversary of the United States, like it or not. And Russia is an adversary of the United States, like it or not. There's no way around that, I don't think. I hope that there is one day. I would really like to see like Russia reform. Even if they fail at it a lot, I wish there would be more of that for Russia. I wouldn't expect overnight change, but I'd really like to see them join some. I mean, I know this is evil to say, like a world hegemony, some kind of world hegemony. we are getting bigger. The world is becoming a smaller place. And no, I don't want to live. And maybe they don't either. Maybe it's because they're from a different culture that they don't want to live like that. I understand and respect that too. They don't have to. But if they don't, you got to know and accept that they are not, right? Like they don't actually have to join a world hegemony. If they don't, that's fine. But if they don't, you still have to understand that that is the case. Does that make sense? So it's not like, do I care if they do? Yeah, I care if they do. If they don't, just to be aware of it. That they want to be a power, and that it's not the Western or even Eastern hegemony that some states or countries are able to do. Or even a version of it. China's tried a version of it. They have tried a version of it, but then some other things they've done along the way to to once they get to a certain point say, fuck you, that was just, we're faking you out. L's saying it's a fair trade. If it's that simple, we can't have our apps there. They should not be able to allow to have ones here. It's just fair trade. Yeah, and even then we have lots of, not only that, but even the stuff that is there is highly regulated, right? Like extremely regulated. I saw a comment about TikTok the other day on, I saw a TikTok comment the other day on Reddit that was being pushed. And someone had said, India banned TikTok. And they were like, look at them. They did the right thing. Why can't we do the right thing? And I'm like, yeah, but you've never been to India. India bans all kinds of shit that we don't ban here. So they're a bad example in that case. I don't know if you got, I don't want to talk about it, but that dissemination of information, what's actually free and what's not, maybe what your experience is traveling, maybe you have never traveled, maybe you've never left the United States. If you have, you probably, and if you haven't been in tourists, I'm on a vacation, it's planned out for me. Everything was scheduled for what I was going to do. Your experiences and your miles will vary in what you've seen. Bring that over there, right there. The world isn't everything that we're told it is, right? And that's not necessarily a bad thing either. Or like, yeah, you don't know how bad it is in this country. It's not that either, that it's bad or anything. Just in my view, humans have a very difficult time with scale, with size. Like, how big is this? How many people is this? When you hear a voice on the internet, especially like comments and like you make a post, and those commenters, you don't know who they are. You don't know why they're the loudest voice. You'll often hear like, if you have a life experience, right? You ever notice when you comment on other people's stuff, even yourself, think about this yourself. Oftentimes, if it's something in line with what you think or believe, you won't make a comment. You'll just be like, oh yeah, I know about that over there. But if it's something that you don't believe or it's not true or whatever, or it's something that impacts you, you get out there and you're like, hey man, I disagree with you. You suck. Or, hey man, yeah, you're right. Fuck that shit. Even yourself, like that anecdotal experience. So you become the loudest person in the room, right? And it might not be everyone else's experience. I think TikTok's great. Not sure why you're such a Karen about it. Do you think TikTok's great? I'm not sure why you're such a Karen about it. I don't care for it. I understand why it's addictive. I don't care for it because of the repetitive nature of short bites of information. And you're on to the next one. You're on to the next one. You're on to the next one. There's no depth to that. So when you're spending that much time with no depth, you're being trained, in my view, to not look more in depth for things, not read a book, not go to the library. The surface of information or the surface of knowledge on the internet is about that much. It's like that big. And the surface of knowledge outside of the internet is vast, either from libraries, from interactions with people, or places or things. If TikTok is great, what is Tesla? Okay, so I've answered that before too. So I will give you a prime example of if TikTok is not great, what is Tesla? I would ask you to go on to Wikipedia, an easy place to go, right? I would urge you to go on Wikipedia and read the story of Howard Hughes. And I would urge you to do that and read the entire history of Howard Hughes. And then look at someone like Howard Hughes, or even like I'm not really a fan of Ford, right? The originations of Ford. But at the same time, what was going on, right? So you like specifically Howard Hughes pushed the envelope of space and technology, manned flight, all kinds of stuff. Now he was the wild card in the room, and a lot of big business don't like that, right? You don't want somebody to disrupt. I know it's an overly used term, but you don't want that. You want the standard quo, right? Or you want like, hey man, we've been making catalytic converters, really shitty ones for 20 years, and they're making us bank. We don't want someone else coming in, i.e. Toyota or Nissan or whatever, and making gasoline efficient cars. They're stepping on our toes. So you want those disruptors, and that's always been my thought behind Elon Musk. That's why I like Elon Musk. I don't like Elon Musk, I should say, but I like him because when we've got NASA competing against nobody, I like an outside force saying we can do this. Let's push forward. We can't have electric vehicles or any kind of other vehicle. We just have ICE engines, and someone's coming out and saying, no, we're gonna make this jump, and we're gonna drag you kicking and screaming. Now, whether that person is crazy or has problems or blows up one day or whatever, implodes, whatever it is. At least on a public level, I really don't care. I can tell you one thing: Starlink, right? Before Starlink, you try to get on the satellite internet in the middle of an ocean, that shit wasn't happening. For you to make it happen was going to cost you buku bucks, buku money. So that disruption, I kind of like it. Yeah, I'm on it. I understand it. I understand why it happens. Oh, you guys didn't know that I don't like Elon Musk? You guys didn't know that? I don't like him. If you didn't know that, I can wear different hats with Elon. I feel perfectly fine. I'm actually a real human. I'm not a fucking bot on Twitter, so I can tell you exactly what I think. No, I don't like Elon Musk. Point blank. Do not like him. I like him as a tool for progress when it comes to technology and the betterment of that forward progress. Someone has to do it. It could be anybody. I don't care who it is. It's more than likely going to be someone like Howard Hughes. And if you read the history of Howard Hughes, it's almost a mirror image. Almost a mirror image. Almost a mirror image. It's like, almost like, dude, read it. You'll be like, this is exactly where we are in the Howard Hughes timeline with Elon. Almost literally like the same timeline. And I think it's okay to have that opinion too. I think it's okay to be like, I don't like this and I do like that. I don't like this and I do like that. It's okay for you guys out there to have a gray area. A lot of shit today. You guys have to pick a side. You ever noticed that? It's like you got to pick a side. You're like, what do you mean I got to pick a side? I think Joe Biden's too old. They're like, oh, you're a Republican in Democrat clothes. I'm like, oh, you sound a lot like fucking the MAGA crowd with the Republicans. Like you got like none of you guys are given a choice anymore. You're either like this or that. And if they catch you crossing that line on any issue, the powers that be, like the people that have a literal like money and power bid in this, these things, they will find a way to either whip you back onto their position or cast you down to the depths of hell. You're gone. Bye-bye. It's so true. This is a bizarre time we live in right now. It's so bizarre. It's like, well, you know, you're not, I don't know. It's so bizarre. I noticed it the first time Jon Stewart came back. He like ripped on the Democrats, ripped on the Republicans. And he's been gone for so long that there's no voice of reason anywhere. Like, and of course, the next morning I'm on Reddit and the Democrats and like our politics are like, he's too old now. And, you know, fuck that guy and all that stuff. And I'm like, wait a minute. You know, even if you disagree with that guy, the guy's like trying to be a voice of just being a fucking human. I just thought it was fascinating. Some voice of rationale. Yeah, I don't think he's a Republican. I think he's like, to me, I don't think he's a Democrat either. I think he's smart, and he's using what he needs to use to get where he needs to be. That's it. I don't know too many. I don't know where you guys hang out, but if you've ever hung around rich people, they, generally speaking, they love to fucking party. They're human. They're just like you. Put the pants on. You know, do the same things you do, but they're not following what they're preaching to you. Generally speaking, they're not. Not in private. If you ever hang out near him, around him, or anything like that, you're like, wow, man, that guy was pushing a lot of shit, but he's over there, you know, he's out there pushing this, like, he's got, like, doing this and saying that and this, and then you either know him or have seen him somewhere, and you're like, they're fucking, why is that guy snorting cocaine over there? He's like the biggest, like, anti-cocaine person. You know, you're like, why is that? Why does that happen? Yeah, I agree with that. Some kind of third-party ranked choice would help. It would help too with gerrymandering, and this is gerrymandering by both Democrats and Republicans. Like, ranked choice voting actually gives a lot of say or a lot of representation for people that may live in the non-populous state, believe it or not. Actually helps. You guys should look up sometime. I got another cool one for you. Don't matter what your party is. Look up gerrymandering. Read through all of it. Go look it up on Wikipedia. And I bet they'll also discuss ranked choice voting and how that actually can go against both. You'll never see a Democrat, like a DNC or an RNC, will never, ever in the U.S. ever agree to ranked choice voting. Ever. Would never. And that's the only way I think you get the only way that we've seen the ability to have multi-parties is when we do ranked, or when countries do ranked choice. You start to get like 2, 3, 4, 5 parties, believe it or not. Especially at the Senate, and even more importantly, on the House of Representatives side of things, ranked voting does a great job. Would I ever leave the United States? No. You guys got to understand. I'm like part of the problem for some people in this country. I am like the fifth estate guy. My whole family is. We're like no politics, but protect the thesis or the idea of what we should be as a country. I'm like the greatest threat to probably extremism on both sides. I believe in serving my country. I don't care if it's in the military. I don't care if it's through Peace Corps. I don't care if it's through Teach America. I don't care if it's through the National Park System. Some kind of like give to your country, make it a better place for a couple of years. Serve your nation. for a couple of years. Take some ownership and pride in it. It removes a lot of the politics from your life.
The new Green Book says the Biden fiscal year 2025 budget plan would raise tax receipts by 4.951.
I'm like the fifth estate guy, man. Like that. My family's like that too. They have served generation after generation. My wife's family as well.
1% would raise 137.4.
It's an apolitical thing.
Limiting deductibility of employee income to $1 million to raise $271.9 billion.
Well, you know, that's another thing too. Like, you hate nationalism. There are good nationalisms and bad nationalism. I have to say that there is good nationalism and bad, and it is nationalism. Is what you're talking about. But there's good and bad. And a lot of the common ideas behind nationalism from the U.S. or our experience with nationalism is very bad, right? You can get some really bad cases of nationalism. But there are some really great cases of nationalism as well. If you guys go to there's some other countries out there that you serve your country one way or another. You end up caring about kids if you're a teacher. You end up caring about litter. There's a big one, litter. If you were to spend a couple of years, like building trail building or helping with trash or helping an old person, there's another one for you. If you were to spend a couple of years, I'm going to college here, and for 2 years I'm going to spend with old people in an old folks home. Your perspective changes when you give of yourself freely for a couple of years to a group effort. You'd be surprised at how much that stays with you the rest of your life. It doesn't always have to be the military. I can understand people saying, I don't want to serve my country. I don't want to have political, I'm anti this or anti that because of my beliefs. But there are other ways to do it. And you notice that those people don't do that either. You see that too from hard right people too, right? But I'll tell you what, if you were to spend 2 years of your life, if you're young and you're watching right now, if you were to spend 2 years of your life giving of yourself when you're young, selflessly, listen to that closely, selflessly, in any endeavor, I don't care if it's like a school teacher or as a doctor or as an aid worker or something, to any group of people out there that need that selfless service, listen closely, selfless service, it will become a part of your DNA as an adult in a very positive way. Very positive. You have skin in the game for society at that point. You understand my point behind that? You have some skin in the game in what you've done with nothing, no expectation of anything in return. Very powerful thing. Hold on. Hold on. I guess I heard something. No nation. I don't believe in war. Full stop. Yeah, Jimmy, you weren't listening. You weren't listening, brother. Definitely not listening. You're not listening. You're misinterpreting or not hearing what I'm saying to you. No, not that either. So remember, giving of yourself selflessly. I don't care if you do it through the Peace Corps. I don't care if you do it through an aid group, any of that kind of stuff. I don't care if you're sweeping up the sidewalk for 2 years. Yeah, if you like horses, I don't care what you do. Yeah, I don't believe in war. I don't know if you guys know that or not. I don't believe in war, but it is a reality. I'm not a believer in war. Yeah, Jimmy, I think you missed half the conversation, brother. It's okay. I'm the most anti-war person you can meet. I served my fucking country. Nothing comes from war. It's one of the last diplomatic things you can do between two nations. But to say it's not real is false too. Israel is an example of society with expectation of service. Most nations are. Most nations expect you to serve your country in one form or another for a period of time. Not all of them. We are one of the few countries that does not. Absolutely. War is the failure of political solutions. 100%. 100%. Yeah, I think H-Bomb, you might have me pegged, right? H-Bomb, I pretty much have been pretty consistent, haven't I? I think if you can't resolve shit through conversation, we're all fucked. I agree with that statement, too. It is by design, Sam. It is by design. Absolutely. It is by design. I agree with there'll always be war, too. I don't think that we'll ever solve war. I agree with that. There will be failure. There'll be times when we already know that, right? World War II was very similar to what's going on with China right now, right? Very similar. China is very similar to the exact same thing that took place. China-Taiwan is almost the same similar setup. And oftentimes, nations, you don't know their real positioning. That actually applies to Russia as well. Well, you kind of do, but you kind of don't. Some nations won't tell you the peril that they're in and what they need to have continuation of their country, right? We saw that specifically with Japan. There will be war as long as war is profitable. I agree with that statement, too. I'm in agreement with that as well. There's a lot of greed in war. Power, money, power, money, power, money, power. Always there. No one can expect Russia to allow a NATO base in Ukraine. That would be like Russia setting up a base in Canada. I agree with that statement. I do and disagree. I agree and disagree with that statement. They could have kept Ukraine as not only their ally, but their buffer state had they reformed during the collapse of the Soviet Union. They chose not to. China made a really good choice in turning towards a blend of communism and capitalism, because we know that they fail, right? As a whole, the ideology fails. So China did a little bit better. They had some reform in there mixed with capitalism. Russia just continued to devolve, in my viewpoint. I think it would have been easier for Russia to have reformed and maintained and built a strong relationship with Ukraine. And Ukraine went through the same issues. Ukraine was rife with the same things that Russia was rife with. But I agree with you. Or Jimmy, I agree with you. Yeah, I understand the buffer state too. But now where they are, it's a big faux pas, right? It's like a big fuck up. Russia is not as bad as what your government is telling you. Russia is not as bad as what my government. I'll be honest. You want the truth from me, Jimmy? What my thought is on Russia? They're not even in the same conversation. To me, I look at them as like a third world, loudest person in the room. I don't give them any bearing. I have I don't think they have a seat at the table. I'll be honest with you. I see Russia as like inconsequential to the rest of the world. I know that sounds wild. They have nukes. That's it. I don't see them as having a seat at the table. I think that they've dealt themselves that own hand of cards. I think not whatever. I think that the track that they were on, they were already fucked in World War II. They had too many deaths due to World War II, and they had a lot of work to do to rebuild from the 1940s to today, and they've had a lot of setbacks in that. So I don't consider them even part of the conversation. They're just loud. in my view. I really don't care. I've been there. No, not specifically to Russia. I've been to like communist countries and stuff, or near communist countries. It's bad. Or in my view, I wouldn't want to live there. I wouldn't want to spend time there. I would not want to live in Russia. No way. No way. No way would I ever want to live in Russia. But I don't think they're as consequential as they're made out to be either. I'm not as concerned with Russia. Yeah, I actually know the history. I know a lot of the history about Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine was also the fighting class, right? The military class of Russia too, right? We know that. We also know all the tech from Russia came from Ukraine, right? We also know that most of the fighting men came from Russia, right? We know all that, right? We also know that Russia let them go, right? Yeah, David's like, I'm out of here. Hey, yeah, as a matter of fact, David AMS is a European. David AMS lives right near all this stuff. He doesn't feel safe with Russia. They murder LGBTs, no human rights. Fuck them. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Russia, David, at all. I'm not a fan of them. But I don't think they're as consequential as some do. I think the U.S. will be there for Europe through and through to the end. 100%. I don't think that Europe has anything to worry about. I think the U.S. will be there for them, period. This whole situation is horrible to Russia, believe me, and in particular Putin. I live in France, but I'm from Romania. To be honest, I'm a little concerned for my family back home. War will become less about politics. Hold on, you guys are writing. So you guys, I can't even read what you guys are writing. I can see this is a hot button issue for some of you out there. Good time for 312 puts like a head and shoulder. Yeah, well, you seeing the stalling going on right now? Market is stalling here. Putin murdered also over 200 passengers from Netherlands, and they shot down the Malaysian 777. Yeah, no, they're not. They never reformed. I think I made that statement, right? Russia never started the reform process during the fall of the USSR. Listen closely. I'm with you on this, David. I'm with you 100%, brother. Everything that I'm reading from you, I like. Thoughts on France talking about NATO troops in Ukraine? I've believed that there's always been NATO troops in Ukraine from the start, if you want to know the truth. Is Putin a good guy or not? I don't know. You know, I know that like Slavic culture, it's not something like there's a part of this that's a part of culture, right? It's not like what I want to say or the U.S. wants to say or Europe wants to say. Cultures are different. We know that, right? Iraq is a great place to even look for that. If anyone's here is Iraqi or anybody here Middle Eastern, you know that political systems, power systems are local in a lot of ways. Oh, she didn't sync. Can we look at Cisco? Yeah, we can look at Cisco. Hold on. I'll take a look right now. Let me take a look at Cisco. Hey, Uncle JBJ. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. Stirred up the hornet's nest on a midday, a chill out midday. Get everybody's firing off like paragraphs in the chat today. Cisco, CSCO. I'll get it up on my screen right now. Cisco Systems. Shorted into the depths of hell. Short Cisco system. I'm just kidding. Whenever someone says short, or whenever someone says, can you look at something? I'm always like, I guarantee it's ripping. Guaranteed. I'm pretty bullish here in Cisco. Let's take a look at it really quick. Let's take a look at Cisco Systems. I like the stock. Yeah, you get them all fired up? Hold on here. Hold on one second here. So we're going to look at, if they get quiet during the daytime, Uncle JBJ. Well, Uncle JBJ and I are friends on Twitter. And Uncle JBJ is like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm in here stirring the pot. He's like, why are you doing that? I'm like, they're quiet right now. Let's look at Cisco really quick. Someone said Cisco up there. Hold on a second. You know it's always a setup too, right, Uncle JBJ? Don't entertain him. It's a setup. Can I check what? Live. Let me get right back to you. Everybody's going like a million miles an hour. I'm having a hard time keeping up. Let's look at Cisco really quick. Okay, here's Cisco. Now, let's get rid of this for a minute. Forget the pivots. But this is fascinating here. We should look at it on let's go on an hour basis. And this looks beautiful too, believe it or not. And we're going to look at it on a daily basis. And let's see what's going on here. On a daily basis, from a weekly perspective, we're likely not going down on Cisco, okay? So on a weekly basis, what I really like about this is when you get weekly lows on a daily basis, it signifies time to buy Cisco, right? You can see that, right? Nice, beautiful run in Cisco. Nice, beautiful run in Cisco. Question becomes, are we already at a nice, beautiful run on Cisco? It looks to me, I mean, watching everything marching up here, looks right now like there could be more downside to come, at least on a daily basis. But it looks very constructive right now as well. And let's look right here on what happens on the monthly trigger. Even when we blast down, it gets bought, right? You can see it right back here in November. You can see it right back down here, right, on the monthly trigger. Watch that blue line, okay? That's the monthly trigger. And it looks pretty good, right? We just had that happen here, right? Now, we do have some volatility coming out this week. And even the daily velocity, or not the daily, the weekly velocity is making that known. It's saying we probably haven't seen the down move yet on Cisco, but the way is up. We are holding the monthly trigger. We are now above the daily trigger, and we're coming into the weekly trigger. If this resolves to the upside, you're going to be looking for much more, or a lot more highs to come. So you have something like this down here, right? And hopefully we continue higher, right? Guess I should put it like that, maybe, make it look prettier. We have some new highs to come, right? All of this. There'd be one word of warning here, and that's that weekly velocity. And so I know we're up here right now, but I would say to you that on a weekly basis, I'm going to expect volatility here. So would not shock me to see us get rolled down, right? Get rolled back up here, and then violently come back down until this turn actually takes place. I want you to see that really quick too. So I want you to see the daily trigger right here has not yet crossed the weekly. So I would really like to see this cross down below, right? And I would really like to see this monthly come up right here, right? So this is the end of March, right? April,
costs for families.
May, something like this, right?
Also seeing comments from Bank of England's Man says we have a long way to go for inflation pressures to be consistent with the 2%.
Well, hello, Kitty. So hi, Kitty. So the idea being here that expect some volatility even if this happens. But this is looking good. Like the structure is good. My only fear here, though, is where are the lows to buy? Where are they to buy the entire way up?
Special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of assets.
So yes, I would say to you, I am bullish on Cisco, and I would be looking for places, known places, to buy along the way up. You can see where the buyers are stepping in, right? You can kind of see that over there. You could even see something more like this down here and be looking for some failures. You have your first point right here. You can see they sold it here. Hi, Kitty. Oh, Kitty. Hi, Kitty. So, yeah, the structure looks great. It looks like we're going to continue to go higher. The only thing that I would say to you would be if at any point there's a rejection of the monthly trigger, something like that, and you get a new low. Whoop. Sorry, I'm trying to make this simple. That trade is over. So if you see any of this right here, the trade is over. Normally, when we see structure like this, you can see that there's a lot of volatility. And you can actually see the volatility here. The last time we tried to make a cross on that daily trigger, right? What happened? Blasted it up, and they violently went to the downside. So that would not shock me until that we get that cross in the confirmation trade. See the confirmation trade? Right, until you get that, I'm going to expect this volatility in here as this attempts to move to the upside. But right now, structure is good. I like it. I like it for that upside move over time. I am bullish as of right now on Cisco. The one note that I would make to you would be, the one note that I would make to you if you're out there trading or bullish on Cisco is they're likely still going to have big volatility downside moves. You're likely not priced out of that happening. So if you're not long Cisco, I would be saying to you, yeah, if you ever see it trading 48.84, maybe even a bloodbath down to 47.80 or something like that, you might get another chance to jump in that trade. Am bullish on Cisco. Good one. Good one to throw out. Time to pull out the vodka. I just saw Jimmy say, time to pull out the vodka. Some of the chat's not showing just yet. Let me see what Twitch is saying right now if they're all fired up over there. We've got NVIDIA up down below, and we also do an NVIDIA update on the pro trader. So you can ask other pro traders what I'm telling you on that. Can I check Liv, L-Y-V-V? Hold on one second. We'll look at that one in the background right now. Liv. Let me take a look at Liv and see what it's saying. You mean Live Nation? This was such a kick-ass trade. This is a great COVID trade, by the way. This fucking COVID trade was outstanding. Yeah, we did the meme. You guys talking about ETH? You want to do ETH for you afterwards? I'll do ETH. EDD. How are you going to do the meme coin? Oh, you mean the ETH? Let's look at Liv. Not liking it. Over the long term, not liking it. It's got a little bit more room to go. A little more upside, but I'm not a fan of it. I think that gets sold up there. I think they're going to sell you on 105, 106, somewhere in there, maybe 107.40, 106, 107.65. I guess the question becomes, maybe you're asking, does it get back to $125? How about I'll say this on Liv. If I had 3 different things to say on Liv, over the long term, I see it going up. Over the medium term, I think you have more downside to come. Likely that sell-off of 106.40, and you're going to be grinding to get there as well, to get back to all-time highs. A lot of volatility to get there. So I guess I'm bullish on Liv overall. Are you saying that you're in calls right now? Hold on here. Maybe Trader Podcast could enter this. David MS is in SPX calls right now. May 100 roll today. Rolling. Shoot, man. Up. Let's look at Liv really quick. So this is Liv on a daily chart, okay? Let's look at this honestly, okay? Is this the place to buy the dip on Liv? No. It isn't. Even if you come up here, it isn't. So let's say blast up right here. You hit 163. You're so close to the top here that the next dip buy is 92, possibly even 85. I'd be wanting to be a buyer here to actually take this one out. So like, you get a chance here, but this is the last 20%, right? Is my point. Like this could just as easily just turn around and start the way down for a corrective move in the market, and the real trade was right there. So, and here it is right here, right? Just on a daily basis. And you know what the scariest part of this is? Not scary so much, but you have trapped buyers up here that are going to want to sell into you anyways. Let me off the ride, daddy. I don't care if we're going higher. But that's a big move right there. And if you're able to like get up there like this, that's the bigger move right there. Actually, it's that one. Like that's the big move. That's the fucking face ripper right there. But you're going in the right direction, I should say. Just is this the place to buy? No. We know where the place to buy is, right? It's been working like clockwork. Place to buy is down here, right? I'm a buyer right there. And you can kind of see where the selling is, right? It's like right here, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. Make sense? I'd really like it if that was down there, because I'd be like, yeah, you buy it right here and put some stops underneath it. Right there for you. So I think SPY is mooning tomorrow. Historically, of late, they have sold vol. And before we get there, we have 3 vol events left for the week. The first of which is going to be let me see if I can bring up the where is it at? Economic calendar. Tomorrow, on Tuesday, we have Consumer Price Index. But more importantly, we have the core CPI and CPI year over year. So we have that event. And then we also have later in the week, we've got the 10-year note auction later that day at 1 p.m. That's on Tuesday. So we've got the vol in the morning, vol at 1 p.m. And then on Wednesday, we've got the 30-year bond auction on Wednesday. But outside of that shit, we have sold that. We have sold the vol leading into those events like clockwork. So if they're going to sell the vol into this event today, it would be on par with expectations. Now the vol at the money vol says that we are still in volatility until 8 a.m. tomorrow. So roughly that 9 a.m. tomorrow. So I think SPY's mooning today. No, I don't, but it's possible. If we get above the hourly trigger and backtest it, I'll tell you, yes, we did sell the vol. We did sell the vol above the hourly trigger with a successful backtest.
5 cents a gallon, and NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at.
Let's slide that over right there. See if we can get a nice big fat squeeze out of this.
Futures settle at $2.58 a gallon.
XBI still trading to the downside right now. IWM. You guys got my report yesterday where my target was for that. We're right in line with that right now. And I am looking for that trade in IWM to continue. Some kind of a
natural gas April futures settle at $1.75.
They don't give this guy the microphone, do they? This guy's like shit. First time. What else we got going on? I think that's it. IWM, I'm looking for that trade. I'm like, are they going to keep running that up for the June? Great decision.
Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Tech and the U.S. Geological Survey. In some areas, it's sinking as much as 5 millimeters a year. Sea level rise is about 3 millimeters a year.
Am I bullish on CPI?
Doubling of the frequency of flooding.
Shirzai and his team.
Let me take a look really quick, and you're going to tell you if it comes in hot or not. If I think it's going to come in hot or not. I can tell you this. I can say this. In recent memory, if the unemployment rate goes up and we get a hot print, we usually get a correction. I can say that. Let me look at all the macro need chart right now. And like right now, you've got unemployment rate heading higher. It's near 4%. It's the 4% is the level that I'm always watching. So I'm gonna expect the next unemployment figures to come out and be better numbers. Truly. Now the inflation rate is on a downward move right now. The year-over-year inflation rate is on a downward trajectory. I think it comes in hot. So there, you want to know what I think? I think it comes in hot. It gives the market a moment to cool off a little bit. Let me know what you think in the chat. I know they want like this up and down shit. I can see it. It's like I think we get a hot inflation print tomorrow if you want to know. That's just me though. Don't take what I say. All I'm looking at is I'm looking at the manipulation going on in employment, jobs, and inflation, and it's like one big fucking scam right now. So if I see it pop up for a report, I'm like, yeah, next report it's popping down. Next report it pops up again, then it pops down. It reminds me of in the moment that it gets away from him. That's another thing. The moment that it gets away from up or down. Watch out. Remember, velocity in employment and jobs and inflation is never good. Ever. Never good. Never, ever, ever good. So it would behoove the Fed to have like a good report, a bad report, hot report, a cold report, a hot report, a cold report. I think we're in like the full manipulation mode. We're like exiting. We're not quite out of a soft landing yet, and we're not at the recessionary period. It's like a space docking. If we're space docking over here, okay? There's like the soft landing period, and there's the guaranteed recessionary period. We're not quite out of the soft landing, and there's this like indeterminate, truly historically, an indeterminate phase. There's an indeterminate phase that I can't put any percentages on. I looked at them. I looked at every one of them, and I was like, it's like throwing a fucking dart at the board. So if you do this on your own, how about this? You want to do something cool? I already have the chart, but it took me a lot of work. I ain't showing it to anybody. I showed it to a few as a small group of you that have seen it. I'll say this. Go back in history. Get your notepads out at home. You want to do something fun? You want to do something cool? You don't get a lot of original thinking on FinTwit. I got a good one for you. You'll like this one. Go on FinTwit. Not FinTwit, sorry. Get off FinTwit. But you're going to go on FinTwit afterwards. I have something for you. Go back. And you can go back as far as you want, but go back and find what is widely accepted as the start and end of the last, I don't know, do like the last, 5 soft landings. And do the starts and finishes of the last 5 recessions. You can even go farther back. Go as far back as you want. Do like the 70s, the 50s, do whatever you like. But go out there and get the data for it. You can find it anywhere. You can start searching for it and you'll find it. Now I want you to plot on a chart, an NYA chart, a SPX chart, whatever you want. Go as far back as you want, right? Plot those dates. Because I don't ever hear people talk about this. Ever. Ever. And plot what if we do have a soft landing, when does it start? When does it end? Then we always get a recessionary period 100% of the time. After the soft landing, we get a recession. But then I want you to look at the period between what's accepted as the start and stop of a soft landing and the start and stop of the guaranteed recession. And then I want you to come back and tell me what you think about that period. That period is not often discussed in FinTwit. It's a fascinating thing to look back and see what they were doing during that time period in terms of rates, the rate of unemployment, the rate of jobs, and the rate of the Fed funds rate, the inverted yield curve, too. It's all wrapped up in that, in policy making in those time periods. And it's fascinating because there's like a window. I don't know what to call it. There's like a window between those periods, and they vastly differ. And I want to know what your thoughts are on that. Not my thoughts. I've already done the work. I want to see what. And the cool part about that is, if you post that stuff on FinTwit, you'll be like, that's an original thought. It's not really too widely discussed. And what is that window called? Nobody has a name for it that I've found. There's just like a window in between soft landings, hard landings, recessions. When we skip a recession, or not, we don't actually skip them. If you get a soft landing, you actually get one every time, or historically every time you get one afterwards. But it's fascinating to see that window in between when they declare the like, hey, this was the soft landing over here, and then when the recessionary period starts, there's this like window, this sweet spot. And a lot of that has to do with the velocity of unemployment, velocity of the inverted yield curve, velocity of jobs and unemployment and that kind of stuff, and where they actually are in relation to. Like, is unemployment now at 6% or not? Did inflation spike at 2%? Now it's fucking ripping faces off. All that stuff matters. La Puerta. Yeah, I like that too. It's a really fascinating thing to look at. So that's why I'm like really like, sometimes I go and fin to it and I'll be like, we are entering the period of probably the most manipulated part of the Fed and Treasury Department is right now. We're starting to come into like, we're about midway through the minimum soft landing, and you should see like mass manipulation as long as they can. I like it. I like the La Puerta. I like it. It's come on, baby, squeeze on up there. Tag that hourly trigger. Let's take a look at the SPX Gamma. We still have a lot of room to run down here, don't we? The tradable range right now is all the way up to 51.75. So way up here. We got a lot of room to run up here. Remember that we got that gap to fill right there. So be careful of this squeeze and then the gap fill for up here. If we do break above that gap above and we can consolidate, we are going to try to attack and go straight up to that 51.75. So big moments here for the gap fill on SPX. Let me know if you think that we just run it up. Do you guys see that SPX Gamma chart down there? Do you guys think, maybe you guys can't see it all. So see that gap back here? Maybe I should remove this here. Maybe I should make this cleaner. So I'll put that up here. We are now above the Gamma flip, just so you know. But I want you to remember this down here. So maybe I'll write this as a just right here. Whoop, right there. Or maybe I just draw, maybe I make it gray or something. There's a little bit of a gap not filled down below here. Maybe that works. And I'll just do, probably not the best thing to be. No. I don't want gap. We'll make this smaller and the color different. White. Make this like 26 down here. Doesn't need to be filled. Just gap to fill down below. Gamma flip is right over here. So you can see the gamma flip right there. Let's see if I make this bigger for you. Right about there. And also note that there's another, I'll make this cleaner for you. There's one resistance right there, and there's a second one, right? Oh, nope. There's a second one right about there. There we go, right there. That's maybe a cleaner picture for you. The big moment for bulls here. If they are able to break above, trigger full screen. If bulls are able to break above, I am on a roll to the downside tomorrow. We do know that sellers are selling vol before we get to events. So it would not shock me to see us go up, but pay attention to this right up here, this little zone of this little zone up here of interest right up there. If you are a bull, you're going to be looking for this kind of a consolidation. And then an eventual move up. You can actually see it with the hourly trigger. Come on, dude, what's going on with my cursor? Cursor is not cooperating today. About there. Right about there. Somewhere in there. Doesn't look pretty, does it? You see prettier? That looks ugly. You get the gist, right? So I guess if you're a bull, this is what you want to see. You want to see that squeeze up. You want to see the push back down, the consolidation. And then this right here, this green hourly trigger would be the signal for you as a bull to take out that prior high right there. Come back down and bam, you're off and running. That's a big one for the bulls right there. Hold on, I'm having real problems here. I have a cat here on the optical cord. Okay. Sorry about that. Take that one out. Take that one out. Take that one out. See that right there? You get that prior high. Consolidate. Squeeze that one up. And then you're really off and running, and we'll start blasting north. Here, I'll put that one up for you, too. And I'll make this one yellow because I'm not on this trade. I'm on this trade right here, this pullback down. If we do this, I will go long with you. I'm going to go back to the main screen. You got it, David. That is correct. David is absolutely correct. Jimmy Berry saying SPY needs to stay above 510.80 for a possible target of 513.50 and then 516. Both supply areas, but we are still in a 4-hour and 1-hour uptrend for now. I'm fascinated to see what happens here. If they sell the vol into tomorrow's event or not. Or if they trap you into that event. We're going to find out. Another note here, too, would be, one last note that I have to tell you here is, and I got to warn you of this, if you get the squeeze up here, oftentimes we'll come back down for that test, and we fail. So just be aware of that. You want to see this part of the trade is important. You want to see the bounce and the consolidation move. You don't want to see like the squeeze and a failure. And also, the bigger the squeeze, the less stable it is. Let's see it in action right now. There's more room to go up there. There's some more supply up there. It's trying right now. This is going to be a big tell right here. Whatever this move is going to be a huge tell. Huge tell. Because you want to see this squeeze and begin to consolidate. You want to see that hourly trigger come right up underneath it. What you don't want to see is the squeeze and a firm rejection to the downside. That's bad. That's like doom. See that shit? These bears are going to come right in and be like, yeah, suck it. We're going down. Just another chance for liquidity. You don't want to see an immediate fucking red candle right here on the hourly trigger. That's bad news too. Well, not necessarily right away bad news, but will lead to something like this down tomorrow. So let's pay close attention to this as it happens. Let's see what happens here. Nice little squeeze right now into the hourly trigger, trading 511.86. Let's see if we can break higher. There's a little more right over here. Yeah, that's that 512. Put it right there, but it's like right there. Right there. NVIDIA with a triple bottom. NVIDIA's looking constructive here. SPX closing the gap right now on the upside currently. This gap has now been closed. Still a gap left to fill down below, down here. Whoop. Oopsie. Right there. IWM still consolidating. QQQ's dip buyers stepping in down below here. This is the regular place for dip buyers to step in on Qs. Even if it rolls down, whatever your poison is, doesn't matter. This is where they step in. Here's the first one right here. Trap for the bulls, but look at the resolution, still to the upside. So whether you get that resolution today or tomorrow, you should get it. Here, watch this QQQ down here. Big squeeze up. Revert down, but still resolves to the upside. So even if you get trapped here, if you're a bull, even if you get rolled down here as a bull into Tuesday, it should still rip faces off. So either here or tomorrow morning, you should see that rip. For me, I'm waiting for the morning. I want to buy some calls tomorrow morning, or maybe the close, 4 p.m. If we get a roll now down to 4 p.m., if it goes low enough, I'd be interested in buying that for a Friday. Let me know if you're still long here. If you took some off, you're like only have runners on now. Let me know what your plan is here. Are you still super long here? Are you taking some off? Are you waiting for the rip and back test to jump back in again? Are you short here? Maybe you're short. You're like, yeah, you know what? This is my place. Send this shit down to the depths of hell. Help each other out there. If you guys are all fucking retail traders. Doesn't matter if you're a bull or bear. Help each other out with what you're doing. You don't have to be right. We're not here playing point favorites or anything. You're here to help each other out. Oh, yeah. Shit, I didn't do ETH, did I? Let me do ETH really quick. I got asked for about ETH this morning. If any of you have, some people, I think Trader Podcast talked about ETH. Let me take a look at it. I was asked my thoughts on it. Oh, boy. ETH. I think someone said target is 4,800 on ETH. Well, let me look and see what I think. No, he said 48. No, he might have said 5,800. You're right. I think he might have said that. I think you're right. So I'm mistaken. He didn't say 4,800. He did say 5,800. So I am mistaken. Oh boy. I don't know if you want my Yeah. I would get the fuck out of the way if you're an ETH bear. That's what I'll say. You guys want to see what I think? You want to see what I think about ETH? I can show it to you plain as day. Let's switch over really quick. Okay, so here's my take on ETH. Okay. We're going to look at ETH really quick. And there's a period here I want you to look at with me, okay? Especially on velocity on ETH. What I do like about these shit coins, I'm going to say it, shit coins, is this right here. I want to draw your attention to this yellow line right here and what has not happened yet. And that is this right here. You can see the weekly here maxing out. We're almost there over here in the weekly, right? But what hasn't happened yet is we haven't had that happen. That's when you get the monthly velocity to the upside. And you see stupid shit like this. Like any pullback gets bought and you see crazy stupid new highs. Does that make sense? So I would say to you this. Expect volatility on ETH. Saying that there will be volatility, though, expect any and all dips to be bought for an off-the-chart kind of an upside move. Like an insane move to the upside. Even though it's straight vertical right now, I do expect pullbacks. I expect them to be bought. I expect the weekly and the daily to be bought, and we are not done going up. Hold on here. No, I don't want to do sound recorder. So to that point, your first target, of course, is going to be 5,000. Well, not of course. Well, your first target is right where we are. So here, let's look down here. So your first target right now is right where we are. Right where ETH is. So right there, that's your first target, right there. And then over right where ETH is. And we're right on it right now. Your next target on ETH, of course, is all of these other places, right? You got another one right there. You got another one right there. And you got another one right over here. Let's bring those over. Right there. Right there. And right there. So as we pierce these, I am going to expect, you got that right there, right? Pull back down, something like that, something like that, something like that. Something like that. Violence, violence, violence. Violence in the move up. Do I expect us to hit 5,000? Yes. Do I think that's the end of the run for ETH? No. I do expect a pretty violent sell up there, though. Like violence. Could come all the way down there. Maybe not that far. And then have to work its way up. But I think you're eventually going to be looking for at least, if I were to measure this, I think 6,000 is being very nice. I see the 6,000. And then I also see the pullback consolidation. Maybe down there, and then the continuation of the upside right there. Just so you can see it right there, how it all plays out. Whoop, right up there. Come back down, whip, right up there. And I think you're going to see, easily see even new highs on that, maybe even 7,000 over there. But somewhere like this. Pretty big moves right there, right? You're talking about some time to get there. But keep an eye on this one right here, too. Just this weekly trigger down here. Right there, you see it? Bam, danger. Maybe this is middle of summer. Maybe this is the fall. And there you go, June and September. Already drew it out, and it's already showing itself. Something just like that. Does that make sense? So if you're an ETH person, that's what I see. ETH. I think top target is roughly right over 5,000. Do I think you can get to 6,000? Yes. Do I think you can go higher than 6,000? Yes. Yes, I do. Yeah, I'm gonna guess here that people are pretty bullish here. I think you're waiting for tomorrow morning. I could be wrong, but I think you are. I think you are because I don't think it's a matter of price action. I think it's a matter of the vol gang is out there. And they're like, we're going to get this number if we like it or not. That happens a lot, right? They're like, we're getting this fucking number. Get fucked, buddy. We've planned it all out. I've been waiting the entire quarter. We're getting that goddamn number. Am I interested in Bitcoin or ETH? I own some crypto. I do buy crypto. Every time crypto gets blasted down to the depths of hell, I will buy it. But it has to be like doom and gloom. And it has to be like, and I buy shitty ones too. I'll buy the shitty ones. I buy the good ones. I don't care about anything you're out there Ponziing to me. Like ETH is going to be this and Bitcoin's going to be that. And any of the story, I'll be honest with you guys. Any of the stories behind crypto, I'm just playing the fucking crypto Ponzi. That's it. It's a Ponzi to me. 100% positively sure it's Ponzi. So I'm just looking for all I know is that whenever there's like huge volatility to the downside, you buy it and it usually works out for you. Pretty simple. It's done pretty good for me. Now, my other thing about crypto is this. When I add it, I normally don't look at it until there's like a blood-curdling scream of excitement. Like, oh my God, we hit 100,000 on Bitcoin. Like some places like that, I'll take a look at the, I've got a Coinbase account, and I'll go in there and be like, yeah, I gotta deleverage myself with some of this shit. It's been one of my favorite trades too. I'm not really, I don't trade quadruple leveraged options in the overnights on Sunday. I don't do any of that shit. I don't partake of the real Ponzi shit that's going on. But, you know, if like Doge goes to the depths of hell, I'm like, oh, here we go. I know that fucking Elon's going to say something, you know, at some point. It's like any of the stuff that is popular, if it goes to the depths of hell, I just throw it in the account and don't look at it. I don't have the 5,800. I've got the retest of 50. I've got 4960. I have a roll, and then I have 6,000. Then I have a roll, and I've got 7,100. 7,100 by year end. But that's year end, so I don't know. It's possible they could go straight up. I could be wrong on this. You could like see a straight vertical line, and it'll just hit 6,000. Just say, fuck it, we're going there now. Time is probably not my best suit when it comes to ETH or Bitcoin. But the one thing I do like about a lot of these, especially the more traded ones, they tend to trade really well with traditional like charting. They tend to trade very well. People, they don't have anything to base it on, so they don't want to make shit up. So they follow a lot of like, there's a lot of like, yeah, it trades to me more traditionally. Yeah, I got 7,100 by, yeah, like December, January. Now, that doesn't account for like halvings and forks and all the bullshit that gets talked about. That's the track that it's on, in my view. Target on Bitcoin. So I've been commenting on Bitcoin for, I have some posts of mine when people were calling diamond tops on Bitcoin and shit like that, and it was going to crash. When people were panicking of a Bitcoin crash, I went on FinTwit and I said, "You're wrong." I was like, "You are way wrong. It's going to go way higher before it comes back down," and it's been vertical since that time. Yeah, I think 100,000 is easy on Bitcoin, but I don't think it has any basis in reality either. Dude, I am anti-crypto, man. I am fully anti-crypto, and I also think one other thing here too. The moment that they clamped down in the Wild West, all crypto was fucked. I behoove you to look up the Hunt brothers. It behoove you of that. If there was anything out there that's subject to this too, like where you think like the stock market is subject to this, Bitcoin. Like you want to see like this. One of the things, there's like some very few times when you don't mess with a sovereign nation. One of them is the sovereignty of coin. And I think whenever that happens, it's going to be a fuck show. It's going to be a doozy. Look up the Hunt brothers. They got a great documentary. There's two or three documentaries, but there's a really good one, I think, on PBS. You usually find it on the YouTube inner tubes. But like that. You guys want a real catalyst? Yeah, they cornered the silver market, right? This is historic since the time of Neanderthals. Like you mess with the shells and stuff, you found new shells and didn't tell the tribal leader. Like this is really basic human shit. I don't care. I mean, I agree with you. We need decentralized currency. I agree with you that some nations is good. I agree with you that you can send your aunt in Iran money. I understand all the good reasons. I understand it all. But I also understand history. When you fuck with somebody's currency, that will start a nuclear war. Like you want to know, like there's like 5 small things where people will destroy your country. And one of them is currency. So I don't know what they got planned. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how it happens. I don't know what's going to happen. But whenever it happens, it ain't going to be fun. It ain't going to be fun. Yeah, you can explain up your ass whatever you. I mean, not to you either. I'm not saying this to you. I'm saying it to. I've heard every reason, excuse, and whatever, but it's like the Hunt brothers. Like these fucking countries will take a fucking hammer and they will smash your hand into pieces. It's very much like GME. When the squeeze was over in GME, right? Everybody had a reason why it wouldn't stop. And the moment they pulled that fucking plug, it was done. And they will find a way. Like these people have no, like whenever you come up with something rational, these people don't give a fuck. They just tell you. It's like a benevolent dictatorship, right? Dad, the sky is blue. And you go, it's not. It's purple. And they go, no, Dad. Even my friends say it's blue. The school says it's blue. The books say it's blue, right? These nation states, all of them, will be like, oh, you don't think it's purple? Put your hand right there, and I'm going to show you purple. And they go, wham! You're like, is it purple now? And you go, you fucking right, it's purple. Yes, it's purple, Dad. Benevolent dictatorship. It's one thing that still fascinates me to this day. If they ever do it, I don't know if they will, but if they ever do it, I think that they will at some point. That would be my expectation. Well, I'll say it another way. They won't do it if they own it. How about that? Like if JPM owned all of Bitcoin, I would say at zero, I would say, yeah, they might let it ride. So I don't know what JPM owns. I don't know what GS owns. I don't know what the most powerful people in the world own, but you guys ever watch Jamie, Jaime? You ever watch Jamie talk about crypto? You know why he's talking about that, right? Because he doesn't fucking own it and control it. That's the answer. It's that simple. It's not rocket science. It's not scientific. It's not based in anything. It's power and greed and control. That's what it is. Always has been. Always will be. XOM. Yeah, you want me to check XOM? We can do that. We can look at XOM. Give me a quick second. We'll look at XOM. Quick chance to look at XOM. I like XOM, like trading it. Any kind of pullbacks? Looking for 109.50. All pullbacks we bought, 109.50. Pull back down to 108 and then even higher after that. Yeah, I'm not like I'm still on the Wild West of the coin trade. My biggest fear is the moment that they rein it in, right? Like maybe not like the time period of the Wild West. I don't think it's as short of a time period as people think it is. But I think that whenever you have the Wild West of something, I don't think it's it's just like NVDA. People are like, it's only gonna last a month. I'm like, what are you out of your fucking minds? Like, shit's gonna last for a while. Like, so time is a big one, right? When does the Wild West end on crypto? In standing back a little bit, it really hasn't been the Wild West for that long. But I think when the Wild West period does end, I would be fucking running. Like the Hunt Brothers, it was like a hammer to the hand to the Hunt Brothers. And it was just like, woof, gone. I think there's still like some, I don't know, some. I don't think we have to go as far back as the Tulip Mania. I think just the 1970s, the Hunt Brothers. The reason I'm saying the Hunt Brothers is because we've had a lot of wars over the sovereignty of coin. It's one of the major functions of a government. It's one of the major functions of governments that are in turmoil, right? I mean, you can look back on World War I, Germany and World War I, right? Was a big part of this, right? You can see other countries, South American nations, have had issues with coin. Oh, what's going on over here? What's going on over there? Oh, what's going on over there? What are they doing over there? The fuck is going on over here? So the 30-minute chart on IWM. Oh, we already had one over here. Sparky, what's up, brother? Dump it to the depths of hell. Make it rain down to 06. Bring it back down to 506. Let it all burn, baby. Bears are coming out right now. Give me that roll. Oh, they're getting saucy right now. Bears are on fire right now. Ripping their shirts off at home. They're like, got the with the like the single razor blade, the retractable one. The one that you have to like open and the thing pops up and a single blade goes in there and you close it back up and they're just dry shaving. Actually, they're dry shaving up. Well, so Poke the Jew, Poke, if I can get fucking 506 in this session, I'll probably buy that close, brother. Sparky's in the pro group. Right on. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, brother. Yeah, there we go. Roll it down. Yeah, that's right. Make it blood. Make it rain. Come on down there. Come on down there for daddy. Come on, do it. Ooh, Bears are all getting hot right now. Look at them. They're all so fucking hot right now. They're like, come on, make it rain, baby. 3:16 in the afternoon. Ooh. 14 minutes left. What can they do? Can they get that last little blood curdling down into that close or not? Expectations for tomorrow. It's 3:16 in the afternoon. Let's take a look right here. I think that whatever volatility that you get into tomorrow morning, okay, I think you're going to get volatility into tomorrow. And I'm going to expect that like doom and gloom in the overnight. Your guys like David AMS and stuff like that, they come out, right? They get dressed up in their suits. And you see like doom and gloom all night long, right? Like doom. We're actually going to get that report, and you're going to see that nice fat rip to the upside. Volatility falls off the market. You might get caught tomorrow in a little tiny bit of, those bond and T-bill auctions, right? So we squeeze up, wait for that first report, squeeze up. Get what I'm saying? But we're going up at some point. I don't know if they're selling the vol here into tomorrow's event, but I'm going to tell you guys, volatility is raised right now, and they are here for it. Volatility bulls are here, and they're not fucking around. If there was a time for them to be here, it is right now. Right now, the whole quarter, they're here looking for this volatility. So for me, and what I'm looking for tomorrow is I believe this is 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm looking for that roll down, take the risk off, let the report come out, and yeehaw, we're off and running. All right, we come into like, I guess I shouldn't put this here. I should put this like right here. You get something like this by, let's call that like 12 p.m., right? The hedge comes back on for the first report, squeeze it up, right? We're up, come back down for the next report on Wednesday, and then bam, up to the upside. So me personally, into tomorrow, looking for a long, into Friday, at 5:06. 5:06. Now, I realize that price is telling you something different. I realize that right now it's 4 p.m. I'd like to see that gap get closed to the downside. I really would. I want to see that gap get closed down there. I want to see it squeeze back up. I want to see bears go, oh shit, all the gaps are closed, and the vol rolls off, and we start blasting up again. Let me know what you are into tomorrow, into the close. It's now 3:19 in the afternoon. Oh, ooh. 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 Oh. Ooh. Come on down to Captain's cheap car lot. Now, you might not be able to trade this too in cash. If you're a futures trader, Globex trader, you're like, fuck it, I don't care. Like, they take this shit down tomorrow morning, I'll buy that shit down there. Cash market person, you got a tougher time. Unless you're hedging in Globex or in futures, U.S. futures, stuff like that. Oh, yeah, GDAD gold. What do you, GDAD gold? GDAD, if they, we'll stay with you. I'll stay with you today. If you see like that blood down to like 415, like they send it down there into 415, I'd buy that fucking close. Like at 415, I'll buy those 0 dates for tomorrow. If they can get it down there. We'll have any kind of like blood. It's only 3:20. We got 40 minutes left. So if they send it down there for like 40 straight minutes with just blood, oh yeah, dude, I'd buy the fuck out of that close. Yeah, just the gap closer. That's all I want. Just close the goddamn gap. I would sleep like a baby. I'm like, oh, you want to close that gap down there? Give me some of them calls down there. I think every bull's like, close that gap today. Do it right now. Do it today. Do it. Just close that gap. Because when they leave that shit behind, too, I'm always like, fuck, we're coming back here. We'll be back. We'll be back for it. If they close it, I'm like, let's go. Face ripper. We just closed this gap that's been sitting down there waiting for us. Come on down, come on down. Come on down, come on down. Come on down, close the gap, please. Come on down. I'm in calls on Tesla still. I got calls for the 28th. I'm not even looking at it. I want to see it go up. Downside target, though, for Tesla overall, $78. That's the overall downside target. There's some other targets at like $100. There's like a count for $100. But I would really like to see him have just a big flush down there. Close the there's a gap at like 96, I think, or 98. I haven't looked recently for where that gap is. There's a tiny one, and there's a bigger one at 67, but I don't think we get there. Yeah, they want me to buy this, dude. I guess I could buy it today, couldn't I, into the close? I mean, is it going to matter what the overnight is? It's all going to come right back. Would I load up on Tesla? I have in the past, and I will again. I have in the past, and I will again. Absolutely. Tesla's like, if you're thinking in terms of like a year, I'm thinking in terms of 20 years. I think one of the major problems for Tesla right now is that the time between great things happening is stretching. So that's an issue. That's a major issue for Tesla, but overall, I am bullish. They do have some existential threats that are legitimate too. They've got threats with Chinese EVs, of course, but I'm looking at a scale now of like 2035 to 2030 is when you're going to see a big crossover in EV and ICE engines. If they can make it to right around that time period, there should be a resolution for Tesla that's very positive around that time period, 2030, 2035. Long time from now. All that needs to be priced in. That's another 10 years from now, 11 years from now, right? So 5 to 10 years from now. So the horizon for me is much farther down the road. I am bullish on Tesla over the next 10 to 15 years, and price on Tesla, but it's a much wider. So yeah, if I can catch $100, if I can catch $70, let me pile onto it. Tesla should work on a hydrogen car. I don't know. I get the point behind the hydrogen car. I think any of that tech is better than ICE engines. I know that there's always going to be a need for ICE engines. I understand that 100%. But I think we need to spread out some of our what we're using. I'm also afraid of the loss of lubricants and plastics. Hopefully we can mine that shit someday off Earth. We need that stuff. We need that stuff for the expansion of the human race, in my view. So the expansion of the human race is important to me. So I try to simplify this for you, or at least from my take, okay? 326. So if we have this amount of oils, I don't want to hear about corn oil and shit like that. If we have this amount of this, let's say, and even if it's unknown reserves, whatever it is, I don't care. Whatever the finite of oil distillates is, we need enough of that to get us off world to have a larger supply somewhere else for humanity to escape Earth. That's my big fear. So the more we can do to lessen the use of fuels and not mine it all, and be able to escape. You guys already know about the oil collapse stuff, right? Peak oil. You guys know what peak oil is? So we have to escape peak oil to escape the Earth, and that's a huge existential threat, right? For the human race to expand. If we don't do that, we have some problems ahead. We have not quite collapse of society, but we will eventually hit peak oil. You will see. You're already seeing you're already seeing in just the data, the topping of human expansion. The number of people are starting to peak out right now. We're seeing countries with lesser and lesser population, and that's likely due to a lot of this stuff. Space for people to be doing what they're doing, resources, all that kind of stuff. We're almost at peak population right now. We're getting pretty close. We should start to see major population decline. So we have a lot of work to do to ensure that the human race continues to evolve and grow. You might not agree or want that, but that's the trend we're on, whether you like it or not. I hope that we get there. I'm not gonna lie. I hope. I like ICE cars. I have one. I hope that there's some kind of a solution. I hope that we can outrun robotics and artificial intelligence, or that we assimilate with artificial intelligence and robotics, that we're needed to be kept around. I am a believer in the destruction of the human race at some point from some major issues as we make these leaps and bounds in science. I'm also afraid of nuclear war from AI. Robotics is dangerous. Not yet. I think robotics has more time to go. Just the advent. Just look at the advent of drone warfare and being pushed into drone warfare. If I was a young guy, I would be so scared of joining the military today. They're coming out with some shit right now. They know that it doesn't fucking matter what you got. Doesn't matter what your Navy is. Doesn't matter what your Air Force is. Doesn't matter what your Army is. None of that matters. We're going through a revolution in warfare right now, like that 6th, 7th generation warfare. Oof. It's like really Black Mirror, right? We are really at that Black Mirror. Oh, yeah. You like that? What's going on over here into the close? You do like that, don't you? You dirty, dirty bear. Yeah, you got it. Dirty fucking bears. We have a real, like, some of these, like, a lot of wild stuff's gonna happen. I don't know if I want to be alive for it either. I'll be honest. I don't have fear necessarily for my daughter's generation. I have fear for my grandkids, though. I have real fear. Like, whatever my grandchildren are living through, I'm thinking that it's going to be a very wild time. Not necessarily bad, but wild. I think that as that change happens, it's going to be like the Roaring 30s or something, you know, like the Industrial Revolution and all that. It's going to be fascinating. I don't know that I'd want to be a part of this one, though. This one I think is has more risk to humanity. Oh, come on. Sell it down. Where's your intestinal fortitude, bears? They're trapping you right in this close. If you're a cash market bear, man, I don't know. I think even if you get the blood in the morning, by the time you wake up, it's going to be green. You better hope you start praying. I mean, this looks like this is looking like a sell the vol event right here. Like if you're a cash market trader, like, oh, it's so bloody, and then by like 9:30, it's right where we fucking wound up today. This looks like a bear trap, cash market bear trap. Not necessarily an overnight. If I was a bear, I'd be happy here. If I was a seller, I think sellers going to come out and play basketball all night long. They're going to doom sell this all night long. You're going to be on FinTwit tonight. They're going to be like, good evening, Futes, and it's blood red. You're going to be like, yeah. You wake up tomorrow morning and the fucker's green. Yeah. Not, remember, fake futures, this is what this is made for right here. Like this close in particular is if you hear people say futures are fake, right now is going to be a prime example of it usually. This setup right here, fake futures. Doom. I'm with you on that, Jade Pastor. I'm like, please just give me the fucking dip by these fucking all these fucking vol people. Like, give me some follow through. Give me that doom, baby. Make it bloody tomorrow morning. I hope I wake up with doom. Come on, bears. Give me that 506. Close that gap down there. Yeah, I know. Talk dirty to me. Tell me how bad everything is. Give me that fucking 506. I'll listen to you the whole way down too. I'll be like, I'll down. Biden tax plan calls for a 44.6% levy on investments. Woo! Biden tax plan calling for a 44.6% levy on investments. That was at 2 p.m. U.S. Treasury Revenue Green Book, the Biden fiscal year 2025 budget plan would raise tax receipts by $4.951 billion over 10 years. From the Treasury, the budget proposes an adding another $104.3 billion in mandatory funding to Internal Revenue Service over 10 years, raising estimated $341 billion in revenue over the decade. That's still bullshit. They ain't never going after rich people. They lie. I'm sorry. They're gonna squeeze you for reselling your air fryer, your fucking toaster oven with a fan in it. He'll be like, "Oh, you didn't like your Peloton? You resold your Peloton? That's taxable." They're not going after the guy with a big old boat. They're going after the guy with the fucking toaster oven. Yeah, it is, right? It's the PayPal $600 shit. I'm like, when are we living here? Like, we living in 1950? Like, I own shit that's like, I got like, but think about how many things you own that's worth more than $600. That's like, yeah, it could be resold. Apple iPhone, right there you go. Computer, there you go. TV. Please save your money. Get on the website, tradethetrigger.com, and sign up for a membership. The supporter level is $32 a month if you sign up for the year. For all the money that you piss away out there on the stank market, $380 should not break the bank for the year. $360, whatever it is. You get a whole bunch of stuff included in that. You get your pivot point indicator. You get updates every day on the triggers for a bunch of tickers. You get market briefs. You get a Discord. The Discord is now very well regulated. It's awesome in there. So please, 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 please. I'm in Florida. I do 1099s. Apparently, law changes. A business can only contract other businesses, not people. I'm going to get an EIN, any tax savvy. Yeah, I think that's the twilighting of the Trump tax plan. So there was a time when it became better to become an LLC than it was to be an individual. You're probably talking about that right there. I love LLCs. LLCs are awesome. A little bit of blood here into the close. They're setting up at 3:37 in the afternoon. They're setting up a little bit of risk taking off. A little bit of doom here into the close. A little bit of risk off. It's 3:37. If we do get that blood down there into the close, and we can hit, if we can hit that 506, I'm interested. You have my attention. You would have my attention if we can blood this close. Currently trading 510. I don't think we can lose 40 points in 15 minutes, but if we can, do it. Do it. Yeah, I got to see where we are. I want to see where we are at 4:50, like 4:14. I want to see where we are. They can rain this shit down into 4:14, and then they close all that shit right then and there, like right before the close, and then poof, we're long. Let's snap a line for 4 o'clock. Let's see what they do right here. BTC is taking a dip too. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you guys something. There's like a part of where we are right now where it's not there's a part of where we are where pretend you're playing basketball all day long, right? You're like, yeah, this is a drubbing. This is a drubbing. I'm a bull. This is a drubbing. This is a drubbing, another drubbing, right? And then you see a team come out and you're like, who's those guys over there? And they're like, we're the volatility team. And you're like, oh, you're the volatility team. You guys bears? No, we're not bears. We're just volatility. They're dribbling their basketball, and the Bulls are like, we're going to beat their asses. Yeah, you might beat them, but they're here, and they're going to definitely run some laps on you and put some points on the board. Does that make sense? Regardless of where we're going. So they're here right now. Vol Gang's in the house. And if the Vol Gang's in the house, it's not a matter of what should happen. It's a matter of what are they trading. So if they're trading that downside move, I'm going to go with them on that for tomorrow. Yeah, I want to buy 506. I've already said it, I think. A 506. 506 or a back test of the hourly trigger, one or the other. I'll take either or. Whichever one you want. I'll take either one. No, this is our drawing for... So here, let's go over to this. So on Friday, I gave you the downside move right here. I gave you the upside move on Friday and on the upside move here. The downside move as well. We did it on the market brief on Thursday for Friday. We also talked about the continuation of the downside move this morning in the market brief on Sunday. We had a price target of 508 and change. We have the move we drew out right here for you, and we're looking for that continuation move down below. So far, everything is exactly how we've put it into the market brief. I do behoove you out there to please become a subscriber so that you can get that market brief every day. And for me right now and tomorrow, I'm looking for that target down below of 506. If we don't get it, or if we get it in the overnight hours, that would be fine with me as well. If we tag it at like 4 in the morning, 6 a.m., I'd be happy with that to take along as well. What do you guys got here? Now, here's another part right here. If at any point we can break above, and this is what bulls were looking for today, right, was that break above, consolidation to go higher. If that happens, I will take that long right there, and I will take that trade with you. But until then, 506 downside target. Even with all this squeezing on a 1-minute chart right here, I would need to see the squeeze above, the back test, consolidation for the move higher. Bulls on their way to the upside move for the rest of the week. Hey, anytime you're welcome, C. Tazo. What else we have going on here? Yeah, I want to see that gap close down below. That would be like the coup d'etat for the bulls. Close that gap down below. Otherwise, I think we're going to come back to see it again. 342 right now. Let's see if they sell vol into the event for tomorrow. Yeah, coup de grace. Need to do a seance for the murder algo. I don't know. I don't know if they kill the vol tomorrow. My hope and plan here is that the sellers are going to come in the overnight, send it down, and then they're going to rip faces off. We'll probably be here or higher by 9:30. High probability of it. Yeah, I don't want any puts for tomorrow. I think if you're a cash market trader only, right, you have a high probability of waking up let's say we wake up at 4 a.m., you'd be like, this is great. You wake up by 9:30 and we're going to be green. Not true. Only winners are selling theta. I don't believe that statement. There's a bunch of statements out there that are untrue. There's like statements that being a buyer of stocks is better. That's bullshit. I've heard people say things like S&P 500 has been flat with no returns for 20 years. That's bullshit. Dividends are great, but selling options on the S&P 500 is great, pays very well. But people get fucked up all the time selling options too. So selling theta can be good, but it's still dangerous. Like the one thing about that shit is like you go back and look at the math on it, and you're like, yeah. You're like, between the one loss that I took, and I took a drubbing on, the taxes, the fees, I guess you could say you'd be up by like 10%, but then why not just buy the S&P 500? You just might as well just, if you can't outperform the S&P 500, you have no business being in the market. The other thing about this too is the best win you could take would be to remove the money from the marketplace fully and buy assets that go up over time. Appreciating assets. There's more to this than just the stock market. There's more to this than just the stock market. If you have a win and you remove that money from the stock market and you invest it in an appreciating asset that's low risk, you're still doing better than someone selling theta or selling options in general, running the wheel, whatever the fuck it is you're doing. The real winners in this market are the people that make money, remove it from the market, and put your money into. You can leave some of it in the market, but there's a greater picture here that's not often discussed. That I think is way better. You buy a house or something, you buy some gold, whatever it is. I don't know, baseball playing cards. I don't care what you're buying. Maybe not baseball playing cards, but something that appreciates regardless over time. I think that's where the real win is. And I think that's how you fund all of those slightly more riskier things that you do. That's my own personal belief. I always hear the same thing about futures, right? Think Trader Podcast, pros trade futures. A lot of you have never seen someone get fucked up in futures. It is not fucking fun when it happens. I got another thing for you. Well, I'm not going to say this part. I'm going to stay out of that part because I piss off. A lot of futures traders are losers. Whole ton of them. I think for you as a person, if it was me, as a person, you likely need a well-rounded risk profile. Like, I have a savings account. I have a 401k. I buy stuff like an index. I buy a share of SPY or whatever it is, SPX, whatever it is you want to do. That's a baseline. Hey, Cap, I bought myself a house. Hey, Cap, I made $300K this year. I was able to put a down payment on a house. I want you to say stuff like that to me. You know what I mean? Or, hey, Cap, I had a kick-ass year. I took that money out of the stock market. I want you guys to say that. If you don't, you'll learn. You will, at some point, do very well doing whatever it is you do. When you're going to be like, you're going to get to like year 5 or 10, and you're going to come back and you're going to go, fuck, I should have taken all that money out and bought some shit that appreciates in value. And once you learn that lesson, you'll go down that road. You learn all these lessons as time passes on. Another thing about selling shit too is a lot of times you need money for that. So a lot of guys don't have a net worth of $1 million of free money, and I mean free. Like, you don't need it for anything else. You don't have to live off it. You don't have to expect anything more to come in on it. You need to have some wealth behind you to be doing that stuff. So, and every person's path is different to get there, but I can understand people wanting to put risk on. I can't blame them for doing that. And a lot of people do that in general. I don't know anyone. Do you fucking know anybody out there that came into a market and started out by selling theta? Or no offense to that either. It's a great plan. Very low risk. But, most people come to the market, they're like, what? I don't know. I bought my favorite stock. I bought my favorite stock that someone told me about. I bought marijuana stocks because I smoke weed. I bought, I don't know, Nike stocks because my kids like Nikes. I bought BTC because everybody likes Bitcoin. It's all my friends talk about, right? So I think it's okay if you do that stuff. It's part of your process to where you need to be to get. But I do recommend, there's one key point here. That whole thing I said. If you do win big, remove the fucking money from the stock market. Get it out of the stock market. And don't bring it back. If you want to take that money, some winnings from that money, and use that to fund your adventures in the stock market, congratulations to you. If they prove fruitful and you make a ton of money, take it out of the market. Do it again and again and again and again. Every single time. What's going on here, Bulls? 349. What's going on, Bulls? You guys understand what I'm saying with that? Have a, like, if you're a young trader and investor, right? I realize you're going to put risk on. I realize you're going to go on a Friday paycheck and you're like, slap it all in black. But if you make money, please invest that money in an appreciating asset. Build that pile of money. And whenever you do get into trouble in the stock market, guess what you have? You have a pile of money that's making you money with low risk that you can go, hey, I'm going to take another 10 grand off that pile, put some risk on it. Does that make sense? I hear people out on Twitter all the time. I'm like, you guys sound like they're sitting on this. Like, people on Twitter are like, yeah, it's this and that, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I want to know what you were trading when you first started trading. Of course, no one's coming into the market and being like, yeah, I'm gonna start buying dividend stocks. Nobody wants to do that. Come on. They don't even want to do it with their financial advisors. They go to their financial advisors and they're like, dude, you got me in this low risk fund here and everybody's talking about Tesla. I need you to put some risk on for me. Do you know what I'm saying? You even do it in your own, like, you have a managed money, right? You have a financial advisor and you're out there telling them. I know you go in the office and you're like, what about that what do you call it, trade? What about that Piton trade, man? All the kids are talking about it. My grandkids are over the house talking about it. Why am I not in that trade? I can't even imagine what a financial advisor's life is like. It's like people coming in going, I need some exposure today on Bitcoin. It's going with 100,000. Can you do that for me? Put my life savings in it. So that's all right. You guys are going to do that shit forever. I already know what you're going to do. Whoa, what's going on here? What's going on over here? Exactly. Take it out and put it where? As a matter of fact, if you ever have a chance, do me a solid. Find John L. in our Discord. He's going to tell you stuff that you're not going to want to listen to. But you should listen to what he has to say. Like, go into the Discord, type in, look at him, he's on the sidebar, type in @JohnL, say, John, I fucking am sick and tired of the dysfunction of winning and losing in the stock market. What do I do? And he will grab you and say, are you tired? Have you had enough of a beating out there? And he's going to ask you some really basic questions. He's one of our mentors, by the way. So if you ever are tired of that, you let him know in our Discord and he will point you in the right direction. He does sell lots of theta. He sells options. He makes good money doing it. There's great money in options, selling options. But I think that most people don't do the things that he says. Does that make sense? What's going on over here, bulls? What's going on? You guys all along in the close, right? I can't wait to wake up tomorrow morning with you guys. You guys get me all tired on a Friday around here trying to buy dips with 0 dates for fucking 10, 20 cents. I got you guys. I got your asses. I got you by the balls. I got some sleep this weekend. This looks kind of juicy, though, doesn't it? I'm serious. I should probably buy some calls at 4:15. Let's keep our eyes on this until 4:15. There's like a sneak. This is you become the whole kind of a moment for cash market, at least. Like, it's all doom, 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 doom. Like 4:14 calls. I got you guys. That's right. You got it, Marmot. I'm with you, brother. They've been selling these vol events, but they're not doing it till like the last fucking 5 minutes. It's literally like, you know what we should look at right now is, let me see if I can check the call. Hold on before we close here. I got something for you guys. Hi, kitty. Let me check the call and put buying right now. Call selling, call buying, put buying, call selling, all of it right now. Hold on. Let's see if we can divine anything. See if they're holding their puts into tomorrow or not. Let's see what we can find out. Hi, kitty. You need some petting? You need some love, don't you? Hold on here, kitty. Oh, she's still here. She's very frisky right now. Let me just check this. Hold on. Let me see if I can check this in the background here. Let me check out the money vol. Oh yeah, dude. It's gonna, dude. We're gonna rip some faces off. Volatility, dude. At the money vol. You want to see some craziness? Oh, this looks good. Dude, volatility is going to get smashed tomorrow. Hold on. Volatility is going to get smashed, or it's implied that it's going to be. Hang tighter. I got a bunch of stuff I'm looking at. Oh, look at these. Look at these dirty dogs coming in. Watch this right now. You want to see this? Watch this in this close. We got call delta coming in from 1544. They're buying the fuck out of this close right now. Call buyers stepping in right now. Big call buyers stepping in right now. Call sellers exiting around 12 in the afternoon, 12:30. Yeah, they're buying this right there. They're selling vol right in this close right now. I should have bought that dip right there. What I'm looking at right now. I should have bought this fucking dip. They're doing it right now. I'm looking at it on live right here in the back end. There's some calls or put selling. There was some call or put buying in tandem with calls, but it's falling off. The put buying is falling off into the bell here. I gotta put you down there, honey. I should have bought that fucking close. Should have been paying attention to this. Hi, Kitty. I know, Kitty. Kitty, I know. I love you too, Kitty. Look at this right here. Here it is right there. Sneaky bastards. Sneaky. Kitty. She's so gentle with me too. She doesn't really like dig into me with her nails. She just like does the paw and the like just enough that I can feel it. It's a really nice cat. Let me see the OI change. Call OI change. 5150. Put OI change. 5150. Open interest, dude, for monthlies right at 5,000. Look at that. Right at 5,000. Put call. Equilibrium. Perfectly matched at 5,000. Kitty. 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 Let me scratch your head so you don't scratch. I love you too. You just need some ow, ow, ow. Yeah, we're gonna get cranking here. trying to buy some calls here. Hold on. Already 4 o'clock. Oh, calls are expensive as fuck for tomorrow. Woof. Expensive right now. All right. I'm with you guys. I got some skin in the game for tomorrow. Pray for me into tomorrow that they sold the vol. I'm watching them here. They're selling puts, and they're buying fuck tons of calls. The last 15 minutes, lots of call buying and some put buying, but then some slacking off of put buying. Looks like they're selling puts into the bell last 15 minutes. I don't think any of it's moved. I think it's all the same. None of those dates have moved yet. I bought I don't even know what I bought. 517 C's. 517 C's. I'm still not used to this tasty trade shit. I'm like, where am I looking? What am I looking for here? So a little bit of skin in the game. Okay, I will see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. There's still an expectation here. Well, we're on top of the half-hour trigger right now. We have 3 more vol events. We've got an inflation read tomorrow. I think it comes in hot. Personally, I think it comes in hot. I think they're going to manipulate it to come in hot. I'm likely going to have a bloodbath down there, or at least a trade down there. If we squeeze up, I'm going to expect a slant. If we squeeze up in the overnight, I'm going to expect a hot print. If we do bloodbath down in the overnight, I'm going to expect that print to come in cool, believe it or not, and that we're selling volatility into that event. Now, remember, you've got 2 more events this week. You've got a T-bill auction. You've got a bond auction for the rest of this week. Let me check the market brief that we posted last night really quick and see if there's anything else we really have to watch out for this week. We have triple witching on Friday. Let me take a look here. Go to the dashboard. Come on now. Let me check right now. See what we got going on. Special Sunday report. We've got the vol going into the 12th, 13th. I think an end of quarter. So what do we got here? We've got CPI on Tuesday. On Thursday, we have retail sales and jobless claims. And then we've got 3 witches on the 15th. What is the... oh, shit. Did I forget to put the expiration in there, or did I? Oh, yeah, there we go. Expiration's on the 20th. We got month end on the 29th. We got the inclusion. Yeah, that might have been the low, guys. Might have been the low. White House just put a $250,000 price target on Bitcoin. Is that real? Potential income after banning wash rules for digital assets originally reported by Fox. Yeah, the White House offering any predictive value opinion on crypto is reckless. 100%. Makes you wonder if they own a bunch of it. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. Yeah, I want to see. So I'm looking at inflation, and I would like to also see a hot print. The more we stay sideways on inflation, the happier I am. Happier bulls are too. All right, I'll see all you guys tomorrow at 9:30. See you then. Uh-oh. Whoa. That took a while to kick in. I guess I'm not supposed to mess with that.